Everyone, we just have a few more people walking down the hall, so we'll start in 1 minute. Mai haere mai ki tēnei hui o te kaunihera o ngā roto o Rotorua. Welcome everybody to this meeting of the Rotorua Lakes Council on the 11th of December. Before we get underway, I'd just like to hand over to Councillor Rawariwaru, who will start our meeting with the karakia.
So tēnā tātou I tēnei hui whakamutunga o te tau. Hoi anō e mihi atu nā kia tātou I runga I te wairua o tēnei wahanga o te tau. E krihimete. Hoi anō, kia ingoe tātou. E honora he korori ki te atua he maungarongo ki te whenua he whakaaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa āmini. Hanga maira e te atua he ngā kouhau ki roto ki tēnā o mātou. Arahitia manā ki tia mai mātou I roto I a mātou mahi katoa. E pae I hoe orana e mana nei ngā tau mutunga hore. O koe hoki tō mātou kai whakaora. Āmini. Amen. And Madam Chair, while I am up, or your worship, I should say, I would wonder if you'd give me a bit of time here to spread some Christmas cheer, I think, for the last week.
Absolutely.
And have a bit of a Christmas waiata. So can we please be upstanding and listen, get us in a good mood. You know, the words sing along is Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, todos años felicidad. Aló, feliz. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad. Prosperos años felicidad. There you go. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, prospero año felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Mere krihimete, te kaunihera, mere krihimete, Rotorua.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru, for sharing your incredible talents, and we do wish all of our staff at Rotorua Lakes Council and of course our Rotorua community a Merry Christmas. We do have a big agenda for our final meeting of the year. First of all, I'd like to call for any apologies. I do have one from Councillor Kiriopa, as she is in another commitment at the moment, but she may try join us online later. Just checking if there are any further apologies. There appear to be none. May I please have a mover and a seconder for that? That's moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? There are none declared. Are there any urgent items not on the agenda? I do have one urgent item to note. This has been brought to the meeting through a report by the Chief Executive, and unfortunately the item was not on the agenda previously, as the commercial opportunity was received too late for a report to be prepared before the public agenda was published. So unfortunately the item cannot be delayed given the urgency of the commercial opportunity and the break that we are just about to go into. So I do ask for a mover and a seconder that the item property development opportunity be dealt with at this meeting in public excluded. That's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong, and we can give the reasons for public excluded when it comes to it later, but this is a commercial opportunity. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour to accept that onto the agenda later, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Just checking if there were any further urgent items. No, thank you. We now move to confirmation of minutes. I have the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held 18th of November 2024, also the minutes of the council hearing held 25th of November 2024, and the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held 27th of November. May I please have a mover and a seconder that these are true and correct? That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. Checking if there are any corrections required. No, they're fairly straightforward. I put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. That's carried. Thank you. We now have a public forum, and I'd like to invite Jared Adams to the presentation table. He will be talking about standing orders today. This is Standing Order 3.3, members must obey standing orders. Standing Order 4.3, language. 18, exclusion of the public, and 19, voting. You know the drill. You've got 5 minutes, and we'll hand over to you. Thank you for being here, Jared.
Thank you so much. I might have changed this a little bit, but it's the same numbers. Kia ora. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I stand before you not just as a concerned member of our community, but as an advocate for transparency, inclusivity, and robust governance within this council. Today I want to address two urgent issues that demand our immediate attention: the lack of a translator service for Te Reo Māori and the misuse of standing orders that stifle democratic debate. Number one, so lack of a translator. Rotorua Lakes Council standing orders allows for the use of Te Reo Māori, acknowledging our shared bicultural foundations. But let's be clear, words on paper mean little without action. Without translators present in our meetings, the allowance for Te Reo Māori becomes a little more than a hollow gesture. If we are genuinely committed to being a bilingual council, we must take decisive steps to ensure that every voice is heard and understood. A Te Reo Māori speaker should never have to worry that their contributions will go unnoticed or misinterpreted. Likewise, it is essential for all councillors and the public to engage fully and equitably with our Māori community. Translation services must be a priority, not an afterthought. By providing translators at all meetings, we will demonstrate our true commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principles it represents. I urge the Council to allocate resources for translation services immediately. This is not merely about language, it's about fostering meaningful participation, equity and cultural inclusivity values that we must not only profess but actively uphold. Number two, the misuse of standing orders to silence councillors. The second issue is a troubling matter in which standing orders are being wielded to limit the voices of councillors. Standing orders like 18 and 19 are meant to promote order and encourage respectful debate. Yet when applied unevenly, they transform into tools of suppression rather than governance. For instance, Standing Order 18 has been used to abruptly cut discussions short, especially when challenging topics arise or dissenting views are presented. This creates barriers to transparency rather than fostering open dialogue. Standing Order 19, intended to maintain order, is sometimes misapplied to discourage councillors from fully articulating their viewpoints, particularly when those views challenge the status quo. The repercussion of these actions are profound. When councillors feel they cannot speak freely or fear interruption, it stifles not only their voices, but also the voices of communities they represent. Each councillor has a duty to advocate for their constituents, and silencing their perspectives undermines the very essence of democracy that this chamber is meant to uphold. The misuse of standing orders creates a chilling effect, leading councillors to self-censor and shy away from discussing important, even controversial topics. What we need is an environment that champions robust debate, a space where differing opinions are not viewed as obstacles but as opportunities to enrich our decision-making. Today I call upon this council to act decisively on two fronts. Commit to translation services. Providing translators at all meetings is non-negotiable. This will not only honour your commitment to the declaration to be a bilingual council set out in August 2017, but also reflect a genuine commitment to inclusivity and respect for te reo Māori. Review the application of standing orders. We must ensure that standing orders are applied fairly, equitably. They should enhance democracy, not restrict it. I urge this council to thoroughly review these orders and their application, ensuring they empower councillors rather than suppress them. In conclusion, these issues transcend procedural matters. They strike at the very heart of our democratic process. This chamber is where decisions affecting all of us are made, and it must be a space where everyone, councillors and community members alike, feel empowered to speak, question and contribute openly. Let's not merely talk about inclusivity and transparency, let's embody these values in every decision, every process and every interaction. I implore this council to take these concerns seriously and act urgently with integrity to address them. Together we can create a council that truly reflects our community's values. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Jared, for your presentation today. We have no public petitions or notices of motion, so we will move to presentations. And it's our pleasure to have our Rotorua Rural Community Board here with us today. So I'd like to invite forward our Community Board Chairperson, Colin Guyton, and we also acknowledge, of course, Community Board member Rachel Clark, who is joining us as well. And today's presentation will be regarding devolved funding. Rachel, you're welcome to join Colin at the table if you wish. Okay, it's up to you. Thank you very much, Colin. There's a thing, just little clicker just there, or you can ask.
Right, I know you have a busy schedule today, so I'll be pretty brief. The Rural Community Board are the young people that you see up there. Karen Barker is obviously our councillor representative, myself, the chair, Ben Hollier, who's the Deputy Chair. Rachel Clark and John Atkinson are the members of the Community Board. Our Community Board was established in 2016, but this current board has been operating since late 2023, or 22, sorry. And as a result of that, we got, the enjoyable task of allocating the $125,000 from the devolved funding, which we take really seriously. However, it felt like we didn't have a system that could be held up to scrutiny. And I think you'll see there's some allocations from the 22-23 up there. A lot of that was already allocated before we took over, and then we allocated the rest of the funds to the halls in order to find somewhere to put that money that we thought was going to be worthwhile. And as a result of that, we ended up doing inspections of the halls, and that's another matter. Moving on to the devolved funding allocation in 23-24, which is the one we have up there now. I think if you look down, if we go to the next slide, you'll see some photos of some of the stuff that we've done. The pavilion at Mamaku, we were involved in adding another toilet at the Mamaku toilet project that the council was doing. These are all add-ons to council projects, so they were reasonably easy to add on. Taylor Place, you can see the drawing that was done by Louis and Mason, who are potentially not even teenagers yet. I'm not sure of their age, but they were quite young, and they come up with this plan, and as a result of their hard work, we now almost have a complete playground, which is a pretty cool project to be involved in. But going back to what was happening prior to us setting up a sort of like a page that allowed people to put their ideas forward. If we had funding left over, we were just quite quickly looking for somewhere to put it, and that's why the pavilion got done. Good project, but it felt like it was just a knee-jerk reaction to try and use up that 125,000, and I didn't think that was a good way of doing it. So we moved on to opening up a web page, and that was done obviously by the staff, and great job. This year it was open for a month. We got 15 applications. 4 of them were not eligible. 15 of them were eligible, and we ended up funding 5 of them. The ones that weren't eligible, on the whole, sometimes are a little bit ambitious for 125,000, so it sort of like made it pretty hard for us to enter into doing those projects. So then we did a matrix similar to the one that I was involved in July with the partnership agreement funding panel with Conan, Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Patterson. That was the first time we were involved in something like that. So our matrix is along a similar line, and with the council staff giving us advice, we ended up funding 5 projects. We still have a little bit of funding left, but there are some other pretty good things in the pipeline. What we would like to do is also include the council staff in the project, so that maybe they come up with some ideas before we actually go out to the public, because there could be some good projects coming up that we could be using council funding for as well. So on the last bit is what we've done this year, and the 5 things that we allocated funds to. So I guess that's my report. I guess we just want to make sure that you guys are happy with what we're doing with the money, and I think we actually get pretty good value out of that 125,000. And most of the projects all the projects, as far as I'm concerned, I've been proud to be associated with. So that's my report.
Chair Colin, thank you very much for taking the time to present this to us. Does anybody have any questions on the presentation you've received? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, great report. Is this the first time you've done a report like this to Council?
Yes.
Fantastic. Just carrying on from that, you mentioned that you've been recently working closer with Council staff to work on your projects, etc. Previously, had you ever had those sort of discussions with Council staff?
I think the council staff are always obliging, but this is just something that I think council likes to see happen, and so it's easier to get people involved in it, and that's just my own opinion. But look, it's brilliant, and I think council's doing a pretty good job on the whole, staff and councillors.
Excellent. Glad to hear that. And last question, if I may, just with regards to the Mamaku Hall. So there's a fair amount of input you've already put in on previous projects, and now obviously there'll be some issues identified that need correcting. I see you've got 80,000 up there for the school. I think before you talked about other projects that you've done. Was it an oven or something that you replaced?
Yep.
Up at the hall itself?
Yep.
Are you feeding into that work around repairing Mamaku Hall?
I guess that's the next step for us, is probably having a more one-on-one, or someone that we go to for each project, just to get an update. because sometimes we're not sure what stage it's at. But I think that's coming.
Fantastic.
That's what we've been told. We'll know where that job has been allocated to, and there should be someone there that we can get a report from if things haven't happened or if they have happened.
Oh, that's great, Colin, and I hope to see more of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a question from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Colin and Rachel, for coming in today to share the work that you've been doing on the Rural Board. You've managed to put together with the staff a really robust process around this devolved funding and allocation so that it's transparent to the elected members and to the community as well. And it helps to engage the community, I think. When you're talking about the matrix, can you just talk about some of the things that you weigh when you're making your decisions? Can you remember what those key things were when you were weighing up which applications to allocate funding to?
Well, it's in alignment with the board's priorities, which is community halls, rural safety, communication, civil defence and infrastructure, and I think a lot of the things, we've done 2 lots of CCTV footage, cameras, and that's been really cool. We've actually gone in and seen those cameras operating, had a lot of positive feedback from the people in that room, saying great process, had a few inquiries for CCTV, decided now that we're not qualified to decide where these go, and so maybe we need to get help from, I believe there is a board started up with council staff that will look at maybe where some of these further cameras could go, and that would be a better place for us to invest money rather than having someone in the public saying, oh, I want one at the end of my street. Might not be the best use of that devolved funding. But.
Thank you very much, Colin. And we do have a community safety team and work in close partnership with police, so it would be great to include the Rural Community Board in those discussions too. Just one final question on the leading on from Councillor Barker's. The rural area that you serve is quite large, and I believe our district consists of about 70% of rural area. According to the matrix, is there a way that you allocate funding around the vast region that you serve? I do note that many of the projects that you're funded are in different areas, but I just wonder if that's taken into consideration as part of your decisions.
Well, I'm hoping that the next time we advertise, we might get a lot more people applying, and so that way we can maybe spread it around the motu a bit more. But at the moment we got 11, and 5 of them were the 5 that we took on. We've tried to spread it around. We know that it's a big area, and that is definitely in forefront of our mind.
Thank you very much. That appears to be all the questions, but once again, we thank the Rural Community Board for the work that you're doing to make sure that our rural community has some excellent projects to look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a presentation that will be taken at the end of our agenda around 2 p.m. That will be the local water done well, and we do have staff members from Department of Internal Affairs attending. So we will move straight into our staff reports now. Once again, we do have a number of agenda items as this is our last meeting for the year. So just a reminder to councillors, we will be undertaking standing orders, which, well, I'm happy to take plenty of questions if you do need them during today. We will be limiting the speakers just to manage our time commitments. So the first one for us today is finalising the new lease for the Springfield Golf Course. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? That's moved by Councillor Kaifong, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. And we'll hand over to Thomas to overview this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors, and just acknowledging Paul Fox and some of his fellow Springfield Golf Club committee members sitting up in the bleachers. This brings to a close, I guess, following the previous council meeting where you instructed the Chief Executive to negotiate a final lease with the Springfield Golf Course. The Chief Executive has met with the President and the committee following the AGM, and you'll note that based on what was offered, there's been a slight change with regards to the start date and a small change in the price increase, but following the Golf Club's AGM and their Executive Committee meeting, they have agreed and have signed the lease that's been provided. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And just a reminder to councillors, we have had significant opportunity to debate this issue in its entirety, and today the decision is whether or not to execute the lease, which of course I would be happy to move. But we would open up for any questions at this stage. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. Good morning, Thomas. So, page 21 of the agenda, under discussions and options, it says, final negotiations with the club on the terms of the recent proposed lease focused on the start date and the annual rental, which I guess you just covered there. And yet on the 5th of March this year, the club sent an email to the elected members in which they specifically requested the removal of the alternative use clause. The letter made their position pretty clear. Can you clarify why the removal of or an extension of time for activation of the alternative use clause was not an option for negotiation, and the only option entertained was the start date and the annual rental?
Councillor, that is on the back of your previous decision as council, which instructed the Chief Executive around the terms of the lease. So we were very specific in those resolutions of what needed to be included, and therefore those elements of what you said could not be renegotiated based on the instructions to the Chief Executive from this council.
Okay. Because I always thought the term negotiation meant a bit of to and froing, but my understanding is there was none of that.
The Chief Executive was able to and fro, as you say, on matters that the Council weren't specific on that needed to be included. Hence why those items you've raised, the Chief Executive, you did not give the delegation to the Chief Executive to negotiate that, as per the previous resolution of this Council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. I'm holding in my hand a bit of propaganda put out by the council about this topic.
Point of order, Councillor Lee. I will let you finish, but I ask that you retract your comment propaganda. That is not correct.
I'm sorry, but that's just a common English word, and I don't intend to retract that in a free and democratic society where freedom of expression is guaranteed under the Bill of Rights, Madam Chair.
It is misrepresentation, and your language is also disrespectful. So I do ask you to just retract the word propaganda, and then you may continue with your opinion. I will not be retracting that word, Madam Chair. What I'll quote from this. If this large public asset does not have a lease in place as we approach the end of the current lease, 2027, Council will be obliged to develop alternative plans to inform public consultation for the 2027-2037 long-term plan. It is unclear at this time what possible uses may be generated through that process. What this is really saying is, and this was the message I think the club received.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Are we in question time or are we in discussion?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I was trying to allow Councillor Lee enough time to get there, but it does not appear to be a question. Do you have a question?
It is a question. Millennials maybe have a short attention span, so I'm a bit surprised by Councillor Brown there.
Councillor Lee, your behaviour is once again being disrespectful towards others.
Oh, just a little bit of banter, Madam Chair.
Councillor Lee, our community in this council,
I'm trying to get to a question.
A certain level of integrity and respect to be demonstrated at this table. You may have your opinion, and I will let you put that, but I remind you again to please do so in a respectful manner.
I thought I was, Madam Chair. And as Justin Adams just said, it's not actually helpful to have all of these interruptions.
If you were acting in a way that is in line with the code of conduct that we have, we would not have to call points of order, Councillor.
It is absolutely within that.
Okay, we will move on to the next, Councillor. Are there any other questions?
Point of order. I've just been interrupted here. I'm trying to get to the question, and this chairmanship isn't helping. So my question is...
Councillor Lee, that is not a point of order. I have allowed you adequate time to get to the point. If you do have a question, I have asked you to retract a word that was disrespectful and misrepresentation. You have chosen not to do so. I will give you one final opportunity to ask your question, and then we will move on.
Thank you. My question is that the club were essentially threatened that there would be no golf club come 2027 unless they signed at this time, by December, weren't they?
Not at all.
That's what this paragraph actually says. So really this was coercion more than actually negotiation, wasn't it?
That is not correct, Councillor Lee. Once again, you are making assertions that are misrepresenting this council and also staff, which is not acceptable and not tolerated behaviour. So I will allow the Chief Executive to respond given the seriousness of your accusations, and then I will once again ask you to consider retracting and apologising for your comments. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I can assure councillors and the public that I have followed instructions of council to the letter and in the spirit of negotiation that the resolution was passed with, and that holds for myself and the conduct of my staff.
No further questions?
Do you wish to retract and apologise your comments, in particular the words threatened and propaganda, as I have asked you to?
Absolutely not, Madam Chair. Those words are not offensive words, they're adjectives, and they describe the world as I see it, and it is my job as a councillor to express my opinions. Those are my genuinely held opinions.
You are welcome to your opinion, Councillor Lee, in your own personal capacity. When you are sitting at this table as a councillor, under Standing Order 20.2, you are expected to have behaviour consistent with the Code of Conduct. It is very disappointing that you have breached that and spoken or acted in a manner which is disrespectful of other members, including staff and or public. So I will just note that you have breached that standing order, and it is disappointing at a time that we are coming to the conclusion of an item that our community and the Springfield Golf Club has wanted and has signed, that we are having to discuss your behaviour. But I will check if there are any other questions on this matter.
Sorry, what standing order was that? Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
20.2. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakuta, and if it's okay, I might return back to the agenda item. Thank you very much, Thomas. Could I just clarify, please, under item 7 of the lease market rent review, could you just clarify for me, please, because don't we have a policy in place that all sports fields receive a certain amount of, reduction or subsidy in terms of their rates? Could you, I just want to clarify, Springfield's not any different to any other club?
The golf club is different with regards to clubs occupying some of our reserves, and that's because those reserves don't have restrictive use on them, so it is slightly different. And saying that, if you were to compare what a market rental would be for that piece of land versus the $15,000 that is being charged in the proposed lease, that lease charge is well off what market would be.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Te Manakuta.
Point of order. That appears to be a misrepresentation by staff. They're making a comparison with market rent when this is a sport. The proper comparison should be other sports. And in the case of the Springfield Golf Course, it pays for itself, whereas other sports are 95% subsidised by the ratepayers on average.
Councillor, that is not a point of order. Thank you for your response, Thomas. Further question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. Were the community of Springfield consulted about the alternative use clause in this lease?
No, Councillor. We only engaged with the intended lessee, which is the golf club.
Would the residents be affected parties to this lease?
Like everyone in Rotorua, I guess there has an indirect effect. You'll notice that we did engage with the wider Springfield community to share information around the proposal and what it meant. And as part of the new lease around allowing public access, which will be predominantly the Springfield community, the lease does provide for access after hours with regards to the golf club hours. And I say after hours because that depends on when the sun sets. So, yes.
So the answer is no, they haven't been consulted. Thank you.
No, sorry, Councillor, I was very clear that we are in a direct negotiation with the lessee and the intended lessee, and that is where the consultation and discussion takes place.
Yes, but under Section 82 of the Local Government Act, parties who are affected by a decision should be consulted.
And just want to note, Thomas has already responded and mentioned the brochure that you do have before you, which residents around the Springfield area receive to inform them, as per usual council process, of important matters that are happening in their neighbourhood and area.
Finally, Madam Chair, I've just looked to the Standing Order 20.2. If you're going to try and claim that my behaviour was inconsistent with the Code of Conduct, you'd have to be referring to the Code of Conduct that I have supposedly breached.
I'm sorry, you're no longer making sense, Councillor Lee. Are there any final questions on this? Just one final question from myself, Thomas. There has been significant concern in the community just regarding beliefs that the golf course may potentially be used for housing at some future stage. I know that many of us have been contacted by residents, also real estate agents, wanting clarity on this. Are you able to just confirm that this 30-year lease now means that there will certainly be no housing use available on this public reserve?
That's correct, Your Worship. The alternative use clause that has been included can only be exercised for other recreational purposes.
Thank you very much. So I am happy to, yes, and sorry, we just hadn't mentioned that it also includes potential stormwater. So I'm happy to move. May I have a seconder, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. I will just read these out and then we are open for any final discussion if needed. That Council notes previous information provided in the previous Council resolutions and direction given to offer a lease to the Springfield Golf Club. That Council notes Springfield Golf Club has executed the attached lease, which means signed, which includes the terms and conditions outlined in the previous resolutions, and that Council directs the Chief Executive to execute the lease on behalf of Council as the landlord, which means he will sign. We are now open for discussion if there is any. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, here we are. I've been waiting for this day for 4.5 years. In March of 2020, I discovered the previous, I will say, Council's plan to replace the Springfield Golf Course with a mix of sports fields and housing. A plan that began way back in 2017 with the draft spatial plan, followed by the Westbrook Sports Precinct Master Plan in 2018, the Housing and Thriving Community Strategy, the Sport and Recreation Strategy in 2020, along with at least 7 other policies or strategies, all linked to the future of the Springfield Golf Course. The final and most important piece of the puzzle to complete the picture was the authorisation by the previous council to commence work on developing a play, active recreation and sport strategy. The Rotorua Golf Facilities strategy was also undertaken at the same time. For 4.5 years, the people of Rotorua have been fighting to save our precious green spaces from development. Now, such was the significance of this issue that on the 29th of April 2021, a petition was presented to that council with 5,017 unique handwritten signatures in support of Springfield Golf Club's application for an extension to their lease. The petition request was, and I quote, that the Rotorua District Council recognise and declare the Springfield Golf Course to be a taonga, which of course we all know is a treasure, to the people of Rotorua, and that the land should continue to be leased to the Springfield Golf Club and used as a golf course. So during the lead up to the 2022 local body elections, many of the candidates, including those standing for the mayoralty, made commitments to save Springfield. Consequently, 7 councillors, including myself, were elected, along with 4 incumbents. The community breathed a collective sigh of relief when the newly elected council overturned the Reserves Revocation Bill, the Representation Arrangements Bill, signalling that this new council was correcting the mistakes of the past and forging a new direction for Rotorua. Then in November of 2023, a Daily Post headline extolled, "Big win for Springfield after $62 million plan shelved. Council drops proposal to put sports fields housing on golf course!" In the article itself, it stated, Rotorua Lakes Council says it is working on a new program for sports fields and facilities that does not include changes to Springfield Golf Course. So in January of 2024, when a new lease was finally delivered to the club, it gave our community hope that over 4 years of anguish about the future of this most precious green space was finally coming to an end. And here we are, almost 12 months later, a day that people will look back on with gratitude for a council that negotiated in good faith, resulting in a fair and reasonable lease, protecting this community asset for current and future generations. However, today is not that day. Instead, we're being asked to authorise a lease that the Golf Club Committee had no input into. They never had the opportunity to come before us and explain their vision or aspirations for the future with the elected members. We're being asked to authorise a lease that was solely driven by those within this building. A lease like no other club lease in New Zealand, one that includes an alternative use clause, which would see a 2-year termination notice issued after 8 years, starting from January 2026. Certainly not a guaranteed 30 years. We're being asked to authorise a lease that would allow the Westbrook Sports Precinct Master Plan to be taken down off the shelf and see it back in the 2027-37 long-term plan, which not surprisingly would provide the number of sports fields needed in the Play, Active Recreation and Sports Strategy initiated by the previous council in October of 21 and adopted by this council on the 6th of November. This should have been a day for rejoicing and putting these stressful 4.5 years behind us, safe in the knowledge that Springfield was finally saved. Instead, it's going to be a day where an opportunity was lost. A day that will inspire our community to take up the fight once again and remember those who tried to do the right thing and those who did not. In 12 months from now, I hope to be part of a new council that will right this wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Did not wish to interrupt you, but you have said a number of statements that are not correct. The Springfield Golf Club lease has been prepared alongside the Springfield Golf Club, which is why they have signed it, meaning that they support it. And also the comment regarding no other golf course has an alternative use clause like this. I believe that concern of yours in particular was answered by staff previously. This lease and alternative use clauses are common practice amongst other leases, and other leases in New Zealand were also looked at and considered by staff at the time. So just needed to correct that for the record. Councillor Lee, what was your point of order?
Misrepresentation. I asked council staff to deliver us with a copy of any other lease that the club the council had that had an alternative use clause in it. In particular, reference was made to the Tauranga Golf Club, but that request for official information was denied because the council did not hold that information.
That is correct.
I have been told from other...
That was responded to by staff. That is not a point of order, Councillor Lee.
That's a misrepresentation. That's the point of order. There is no other golf course that we know of that has an alternative use clause.
Councillor, that was not misrepresentation. That was replied by the staff at the time. But I do ask if there are any other comments. Councillor Lee.
Mayor Tapsell, I am disappointed but not surprised that we have got to this day, this unfortunate day. About 4 years ago, when I became the founding president of Saving Springfield, I made it my business to find out why on earth this council would even dream or imagine of destroying a self-funding jewel that helps make Rotorua a great place to live, work, play and invest. What I discovered led me to conclude that if we were going to save Springfield, we'd first have to save Rotorua, and that has proved to be the case today. I concluded that the Springfield Golf Course issue wasn't a discrete standalone issue, rather it was a symptom of poor decision-making culture at this council that had become endemic under the previous mayor. I believe the community understood that when they voted for 7 new councillors out of 10 at the last election, and I believe that this mayor and this council has failed to deliver the changes that the community voted for. It pains me to say that this is a council of broken promises. Saving Springfield, as Councillor Patterson said, was a significant election issue in 2022. You'll recall it was one of the hot topics that was asked at the Councillor Candidates Forum run by the Chamber of Commerce at the Novotel. Councillor Brown, Councillor Barker, you both raised your hand to indicate your support for Saving Springfield at that event. Where were your hands in September when we voted on the guillotine clause? To her credit, Councillor Barker voted against the guillotine clause in July. That was a meeting described by Councillor Waru as a circus. Mayor Tapsell didn't accept that decision and somehow arranged for another vote in September, at which Councillor Barker flipped and voted in favour of the guillotine clause, making the vote 6-5. Councillor Barker, you have an opportunity today to do the right thing to keep the promise you made at the Novotel and to the Springfield voters at the Springfield Golf Club when you spoke there. Councillor Brown, likewise, you have an opportunity today to keep the promise you made to the Springfield voters at the Novotel. Mayor Tapsell, you were asked the following question on your Facebook page, quotes, "Please advise exactly what your position is on extending the lease on the Springfield Golf Course." Tanya Tapsell, I've looked back on the history of what happened. The lease, as it is, has no right of renewal, which the golf club was told will happen when it was last renewed. As Mayor, I support the golf course remaining and I have no intention to change it to more sports fields and or housing, as I've heard the concerns of Springfield residents. I'm also committed to smart investment and we simply cannot afford it. Mayor Tapsell, on the 19th of September, you wrote to Springfield residents. You said, I write to you today to ask for your support and help me make Rotorua better for all. I'm standing for Mayor because I believe in a better future for Rotorua, a city where we are safe and a city we can be proud of. I ask for your vote and in return, as your Mayor, I will work to shut down the homeless motels. I will reverse the decision to sell our public reserves to the government for homeless housing. The Springfield Golf Course will remain. Mayor Tapsell, after I lost confidence in the RDRR chairman, the organisation I campaigned with, I carefully considered the mayoral options available and on the basis of those promises I voted for you. I know a lot of Springfield residents did likewise. A lease with an alternative use or guillotine clause does not save Springfield, it does the opposite. It's disingenuous to call this a 30-year lease, as it does not give the club security of tenure for 30 years. The banks will not loan to the club based on a 30-year lease, but only on a 10-year lease. So the guillotine clause could be triggered as early as 2034 under the terms of this lease. It is effectively a 10-year lease. I wish to acknowledge the 5,017 unique persons who signed the Saving Springfield petition in 2021. I wish to acknowledge the hundreds of Springfield people who packed out this chamber so that there wasn't even standing room, there was standing room only, even after more chairs were brought out. I acknowledge the President and the members of the Springfield Golf Club who are here today and acknowledge their right to make the decision that they did, believing it was in the best interests of the club. I personally think they took a short-term view, but we'll see what the world looks like in 10 years' time. For me, the quest to save Springfield does not stop today. I would like to see the voters of Rotorua given the opportunity to vote for a mayoral candidate and other councillor candidates next year who the public can trust to keep their election promises. Mayor Chapsall, if the club is fortunate to celebrate its 100th anniversary in 2047, it will be no thanks to you.
Well, actually, we are the ones who are making sure that they do have a club after 2027. And thank you for highlighting all of the things I did deliver on my promises. I didn't realise you were such a strong supporter, Councillor Lee. Now, you have made a number of personal attacks, unfortunately, so I will just invite, only if they wish, Councillor Brown and Councillor Barker, if you wanted to respond just to correct the record some of his accusations. Only if you wish, though. And then if you do wish to talk to this matter, you're also welcome to.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I might just wait until some of the other councillors have a chance to speak, because some of those accusations don't actually fly with me, but I'll leave it for the moment, if that's okay.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Councillor Waru was the next councillor, and then we'll go Councillor Kaifong. Just a reminder, we are limiting speakers for time reasons, sticking to standing orders. Sorry, Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura. Now, I'll keep it brief. We're here to discuss the lease. There's a lot of politicking going on at the moment, I've got to say. And I'm pretty sure that the committee of the golf club, they know what they're doing, and they're there for a reason. I have full confidence that they considered all the different aspects of the lease and the relationship here. You know, who are we to ki te whakahea i rātou, to say, no, it's not right. They've made the decision, and it's actually highlighted here in the fact that they've already signed it. So I think we did get to a place where we're all happy, and things change over time. Yes, we all know that, but I think the relationship's there. And remember, this was a request, if we remember, from the golf club itself, so they could have some certainty from 2027 moving forward, if I remember correctly. Kāti kare au te hi te whakaroa roi te kaupapa. I'm going to go with what the committee of the golf club has set down, and I'm going to support it. So I'll leave my comments there. But geez, I really, I wasn't aware that we were able to read stuff in our big whakapapa of things starting way back here, Tau Kimuri, right up till now. So just want to highlight that as well. And also congratulations and good on the committee of the golf club. May your swing get better and better over the next few years. So, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I take on board some of the things that Councillor Lee has said. I recognise that Springfield is a jewel, and it is valued by not only the club members but also the residents. And I believe the work that's gone on under your mayoralty will indeed save the club, and I'm happy to support the recommendations that are on the table today, because one, there will be no housing, and I think that's the crux of saving Springfield's issue, and two, that if there is a change of use at some point in the future, there will be full consultation, and if a new proposal is substandard, say in the view of the people of Springfield, they will have every chance to have their say. So I am in support of the recommendation because I believe it does save Springfield.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, most of us at the last election, of course, we were supportive of saving Springfield and attending the hui that we had up there. But throughout the discussions and the meetings we've been holding, some of us have also been talking about saving Ohenemutu, because from our engineer we found that there could be into the future issues. But I think the discussions that our CEO, Andrew Nat, took that into account, and Also, I think the club have been working on programs up there like the wetlands and various things, so I think that's been good. But this is not a question, but if the CEO can indicate, did these get raised at your meetings with them recently, with our members, some of the members in the chamber today, and they signed it and in support of the election, the motions that are here?
I will allow the Chief Executive to respond, and do also note that within our report it does mention some of the areas that were negotiated and landed on mutual agreement.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Yes, Councillor Maxwell, I met with the Executive Committee as directed, and as I said I would in the previous paper. I did explain the discussion that had happened at Council. I did explain the balancing, as Councillor Brown said, of removing of the options for housing, and that's very clear in the lease, and that protects Springfield Golf Course and for not just for the golf club but for the residents around there from housing, but also explained that there are the concerns such as stormwater, that as climatic conditions change in the city, the requirements are unknown. And the reason they're unknown is we haven't done the work on them, and we haven't done the work on alternative uses such as sports fields. And look, I was pretty open about that, and the golf club and the committee took that on board and understood why Council had got to the position that we got to. And in considering all of those things, as you've seen, have executed the lease and asked that we do the same. So that's why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And just finishing off, Madam Mayor, one of the strong areas that I was supportive of the lease for the Springfield Golf Course for surety was the 30 years. We were really concerned that there was no certainty for them for a length of time. I think that's a good time, good length, and so I'll support the motions that are here. Kia ora.
Thank you. And then finally, Councillor Barker, before I see if the second bit in my... Oh, sorry, okay. We'll allow that. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Worship. It's obvious that we have very different views on what Saving Springfield looks like, and I acknowledge the views of Councillor Patterson and Councillor Lee. I'd just like to put forward the fact that I think that Saving Springfield comes in many forms, and I think this opportunity that the committee has taken up to sign this lease provides an opportunity to provide certainty for the club. It balances the needs of the club and the community with the wider community as well, and this is where I think that we need to have some consideration for those other communities that Councillor Maxwell has mentioned, but also for future communities and our future generations that will want the ability to be able to have some decision making around this. And there will be full community consultation in anything that happens. So I reject your premise that I have gone back on any promises that I made. This is another way of viewing Saving Springfield. So we're all entitled to our own views on that, and I stand by it. So I thank the club for engaging with Council, and I support this renewal of the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker. Well said. Councillor O'Brien, and then Councillor Wang before we finish.
Thank you, Te Manakura. I'd just like to advise I haven't written anything down. I'll just be speaking off the cuff if that's okay. Te Manakura, I'll be supporting this motion. Last time at our last, when the options for the CE to be able to base his negotiation, I was opposed to those, but we lost. We did give it our best shot. We lost 6-5. Those options, option 3 from memory was what was selected, and that's what our CE's done his best to work with the club over. The club's prepared to sign. Part of me is still not happy with what we've achieved today. As I've said previously, I think we've made major mistakes throughout this entire process. My gut says to me that in probably 10 to 15 years' time, the golf course will look very different today. maybe that's a 9-hole, a 12-hole, 15-hole with a driving range, but maybe with other sports facilities. That's very possible. Whether some would contend that's saving Springfield or that's a complete turnaround on what we've said, well, I suppose that's in each individual's interpretation. Option 3 did quote, as it says on page 21, the council notes that an alternative use of the golf course for recreation or for stormwater mitigation would require a change to the reserve management plan for the golf course. This would involve public consultation and council decision. Plus, there would be likely, I think, at least one, if not two, council elections between that period. So I take on board the criticisms. Again, this isn't what I would have ideally wanted. I think that we should have perhaps, if it had been me, I would have said, let's look at those options and involve the community now as to what they could have looked like. But we've gone down a different path, and I suppose this is where we've ended up today. So I will be supporting this, but more for the fact that the club wants to sign and move on than our actual processes. So for that, I thank the club, I thank our CE and our officers, but again, I think the whole process could have been handled much, much better. And I think some of the feeling that we're now getting, both from the community and around the table, is reflective of options that we've taken that could have been done so much better and so much more constructively. Hopefully a lesson for another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I know that there's been many comments already raised around this, so I'll try and keep my comments short as well. But firstly, again, you know, we've taken so many months in discussing this issue, so I'm glad to see that we've arrived at this point. In fact, actually many years, as it was mentioned before, to get to this point. I think that that your actions and the staff have acted with integrity in carrying out this process as directed by us. What I was really disappointed to see was the public attacks against some of the members sitting around this table that some of our councillors and the mayor had to face, even though this was exactly what, as it was mentioned before, delivered campaign promise. I think that again. It's been really, really disappointing to see, some of the actions and the instigation of those attacks, I would say. And, if we focus on the facts, it says on the lease that it's a 30-year lease, and to talk about the point before around, that may be a short-term decision, that this lease may be a short-term decision, I would really rebut that and actually say that to have offered anything other than this would have been a short-term decision, because as it was mentioned by Councillor Maxwell, by Councillor Brown and others in the staff, that we don't know what the community will be faced with in 20 and 30 years' time. And I would say it's not our call to be locking in and not giving our community the choice and the ability to make decisions based off of their needs in their time. We don't know what that's going to look like. And this gives the club security, it gives the community and the surrounding residents security, but it also gives our future community, our future council, most importantly our future community, the ability to make decisions based off their needs of their time. So I am fully in support of this, and I think that this has been a very extensive process. We have looked at it from all sides. We have considered the facts, the needs, and unfortunately, we have also had to face some, really just inappropriate attacks around this. The open-mindedness, the integrity issues, brought on by some, but I am very happy to be supporting this after a very extensive process, and I look forward to celebrating the signing of this lease, after the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wing. I just asked the seconder if there's anything else that you wish to add to the discussion.
No, I was
we've
going to
already
suggest that we put the motion now. Your Worship, we've had plenty of discussion in the interest of time, if you want me to move, but otherwise I think we're the only two speakers, so I don't think there's probably any need for me to comment any further.
Thank you. I agree. Ko pau te hau. All that has needed to be said has been said. So it's my honour to move this. It's been seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. We now put this to the vote. We'll just ask for a show of hands in this instant. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any that are against? That is carried. Thank you very much. What I'd like to propose as the next item is the housing plan.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, will that be recorded?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that we actually take our short morning tea break now, just for 15 minutes, and we will return at 10:50 a.m, please. Thank you. Tō katoa, no mai hoki mai. Welcome everybody and welcome back to our meeting. Thank you for that short break. And just so people are aware, I do intend to take a lunch break at 1 o'clock and we will take the Rotorua 2050 committee decision immediately after lunch, as we do have some people that will be joining us then. But right now it is my great pleasure to bring forward the report Approach to Development of New Housing Plan be received. And may I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this? That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to receive this, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And we have JP and also Stephanie, who will be overviewing this report and also a brief presentation, which I'll also help them with too.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you very much. And as I say, this is really just going through the approach we've taken to replacing the housing accord with a new housing plan for Rotorua, and also just seeking your endorsement as we continue to get down into the finer details of that plan. So I just thought it was important for us, and apologies, I already can see a problem with some of our colours which may appear in this presentation. Just really being clear about how a new housing plan for us as a city links very much to your vision for the city and one of the outcomes you have identified as part of your LTP process. For us, it very firmly sits on what is Council's core services about planning for future development, ensuring we run efficient and effective consenting processes, and make sure we have enabling infrastructure at the right time and the right places to support city development. So I've just included there, which is very hard to see, one of the LTP measures that we've identified, which just talks about the net number of homes developed across each particular year as we move forward. So this very much relates to some of our other outcomes around IAF, so outcome agreements there, but also sufficient homes to meet demand with our community. So I'll just hand over to Her Worship, because really she's been central to most of the discussions with central government on this.
Thank you very much. We have kept councillors up to date as these discussions have gone by, but as you see there has been quite a number. So letters that have been sent to the main housing minister, Bishop, and also the Associate Housing Minister, Paul Tucker, and of course our local MP, Todd McClay, who has been working very hard regarding housing, in particular reducing emergency housing motels. These discussions have been very positive, although at times perhaps not as fast as we wished, but what has been pleasing is certainly the commitment between ourselves as council and the new government that there is a desire to look at a new agreement, and the previous housing accord is no longer valid. So we did have a letter to the Minister asking for partnership on a Rotorua-led housing plan. The key here is that we want it to be led by us here in Rotorua, and as Steph and JP will touch on soon, there has been considerable engagement as part of this with our wider community. So just a reminder that we have had a positive response, and also just letting you know that we hope, following on from this meeting and the approval of the key priority areas and focus of a draft Rotorua housing plan, we will then hand this over to the Cabinet, who is meeting next week, and hope that they will approve and support this as well, so that we can really get to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to run through, provide an overview of the engagement that we undertook in preparing the draft housing plan. Significant engagement has been previously undertaken through a number of other council processes, future development strategy, PC9, etc. So we started with making sure that we had a good overview and stock take of that previous engagement, and then undertook targeted interviews with a large number of stakeholders, community housing providers, developers, Māori landowners, etc. The feedback really was that council's made some really good progress along with our partners to address some of the housing issues. There was definitely a message that we needed to continue to focus on our core functions and how that helped enable delivery of houses. JP touched on some of those things, consenting processes, enablement, etc. That some of the challenges that we identified was really around affordability and housing choice, particularly for worker housing was something that came up continuously. The needs of older people was another clear message, particularly from the community housing providers. It's obvious that there is, as we have an ageing population, that our older community are struggling to find affordable housing options. That kind of summarises that. The rest is provided for in the report.
So I won't go into detail here, but from that sort of feedback, we'd sort of identified some draft objectives. So we're really using these as a key cornerstone for the focus moving forward. So just a repetition of what is included within the report. We did touch on the housing continuum, and I think it's just worth us just sort of identifying that. In the past, we have talked about and been at pains to point out we've got housing challenges across the full spectrum. So obviously we had shortfalls of homes for demand, which was adding to increasing rents and house prices quite significantly. But really there was a real need to address a whole bunch of issues across our housing continuum. So really this plan now is, you can see there from focus, for us it's very much on the stuff that council can enable and where we can give a nudge to see some positive developments around certain things. So picking up again on what we've said previously, worker options, so affordability, choice, that's across the full spectrum of homes, and also supporting our community housing providers and iwi to lead solutions locally. So really important focus for us moving forward. This is more just a visual, councillors, the actions are sort of detailed more explicitly within the report, but for us it's just being really clear that there's some immediate actions, some things that need to be done, finished, and some opportunities to address. But actually our core function is really to take that long-term view and make sure our housing system works effectively. We've made the right planning decisions and supported the right plan changes and have enabled the market to respond effectively. So some of those longer-term system processes take a lot longer to put in place than some of the immediate actions of supporting community housing providers or look at immediate projects that can be supported. So just that split between immediate action and long-term housing system improvements. From today, councillors, we're looking for your endorsement around where we're going with this plan. As Her Worship has mentioned, we're really wanting to make sure that this enables us to have a more specific conversation with government and community housing providers and continue to support our iwi partners who are looking to develop pakāinga and housing across the city. For us, really, as we start to finalise the plan, we would be looking to use some specific technical advisory capacity just to help us get some of those projects fleshed out and firmed up with the view that we would be establishing a governance group and a finalised plan sort of first quarter, second quarter of next year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder to councillors that what we're seeking here is that council endorse the key priorities and areas of focus in the draft Rotorua housing plan. And then the other next step is tomorrow the Chief Executive, JP, and myself do have scheduled a Teams call, a video call with Minister Chris Bishop, which we hope to provide him an update leading into the Cabinet meeting. But we'll now ask if there are any questions regarding this report. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question from me in the continuum illustration. It talks about market affordable and that comes under the private sector. How does the private sector, can you just join some dots for me there? I'm not sure how that the private sector creates market affordable.
I think it's market affordable is in market affordable rental, so it relates to the rental. So where you've got a market rental, the affordable part is where there's some sort of mechanism or agreement to actually make it more affordable. So that's the so part of that has been things like it's direct grant support for market delivery or a private delivery, which is where most of the iwi trusts have focused. Manawa Gardens is an example where they receive grant funding to build their own homes, so that's the market piece. The arrangement there for the funding support they received for government was to provide it at an affordable level for the rentals. The stipulation around that from central government has been up to 80% of market.
Okay, thank you, that makes sense. Just in the full market, on the same illustration, and there's a full market is quite a continuum. Can you just give us some assurances that the objectives will address the whole continuum in terms of full market?
Councillor, that's an excellent question, and it does relate to the challenges we've got across the full continuum, and I mean full market continuum as well. One of the things that we're doing and identifying through the HBA and some analysis we're doing on a whole bunch, 5 years worth of consenting, is to identify any challenges we have for different segments in the market. So we've often talked about smaller homes for ageing population who can participate in the market, but equally we've seen a significant amount of homes go into the rural area as lifestyle at the higher end, and so we need to understand that full market spectrum as well, making sure we're delivering those opportunities through our rules and through our enablement. So it's a key focus.
Yeah, I think that's really important, because I think we probably should remember that pre-COVID we had good people coming here that couldn't find a house and ended up in Papamoa. I would like to think that under the work of this good mayor that we will start attracting good people again, and we will need to home them here in our catchment. So just one quick question. Are we aware of whether the Commission has made a decision on the motels?
No, he hasn't issued a decision as yet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakuta, through the Chair. Thank you very much for your report, Stephanie. If I may quote from page 45 of, as set out in our agenda, target interviews. A series of targeted face-to-face interviews have been undertaken since mid-October 24, many of which have been led by the Mayor. So could I ask your worship, as our portfolio lead under the last Council for Housing, do we still have a housing crisis?
I believe that is very evident in our community, yes, which is why this work is so important.
So what what's changed since the last term to this? Are we still in a crisis now? I take it you're saying yes, we are.
It is quite evident when you look at the demand needed for all options of housing in this community and the lack of supply, in particular for the affordable rentals for workers. Yes, we are, which is why this work is so important.
Okay, so could I ask, so what actions were undertaken under the last term? Because clearly whatever we did hasn't worked. What lessons have we learned from that?
If I can reference you to the report where it mentions, sorry, I'm not on the page at the moment,
That's okay.
But there has been quite considerable work undertaken, including the development of the Future Development Strategy and Plan Change 9. What this does is this actually enables and unlocks land for housing development, and of course significant success, like over $80 million of government funding towards infrastructure acceleration such as stormwater and also wastewater treatment plant upgrade will be the most significant developments, which do actually take up a vast majority of the investment that this council has put into.
Thank you. Could I ask, on page 47 of the report, we have here, provide market encouragement to deliver smaller housing, incentives, development support approaches, years 1 to 5 ongoing. What sort of budget are we putting aside for that? What's your feeling about how we're going to finance and provide those incentives?
There's two parts to that, Councillor. The first part is we've already committed budgets and staffing to support on the development support side. So part of Steph's team is actually almost the pre-app stage of enabling discussions with developers about particular housing needs, helping them develop up concepts and opportunities before they start considering putting in an application. So we do that pre-app support, also particularly for iwi developments. So that's an area which I think is a huge untapped opportunity within our community to support iwi papakainga now that we have the rule changes from PC9. So that's one particular area. As far as incentives, we're trying to, or any other encouragements, at this stage there's nothing else budgeted. We have got funding to do some investigations around economic feasibility, and so that will enable us to come back to the next next LTP if there's a need to look at some of our other policies that enable or disable the right kind of housing.
Okay, so from our workshops, and sorry, we won't go into specifics, but you know the general direction that we've suggested to you, we wish to follow. Do you still have those, do you still aspire that you have those budgets available to be doing that work?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, could I just, on the same page, sorry, unlock KO land holding and support redevelopment of existing KO stock as options to improve. Work with KO to prioritise the redevelopment. Why are we getting involved in that particular if they already own the land?
Councillor, I think one of the challenges we've got there is, and Her Worship cited it, was we do know best about our community and from feedback through our community, so is that community-led approach. Kaimora have obviously been embarking on a significant new builds, but they actually also have a significant amount of stock which is particularly aged, so this is the 50s and 60s homes. So we certainly, from our perspective, want to encourage them to consider are those homes fit for purpose, and how do they improve those homes for those people who currently live there, but also does that unlock other opportunities for redevelopment. So from us, it's a city planning from an FDS perspective about encouraging them to consider their current portfolio and is it fit for purpose for our community, and is there opportunities to enhance things.
I totally agree and support that. I just think it's probably a shame that KO, rather than us helping assist find land somewhere else, maybe KO should have made that priority one first. But, you know, what's happened has happened. Can I ask finally, do we have any, I didn't see in your proposal here, what can we do about the large number of empty rentals? There are a large number, it varies depending on who you're talking to, which various charity or observation groups say several hundred, say up to 1,000. Well, it's certainly in the hundreds. But what can we look to do? What's our plan for that? Before we go spending money on infrastructure, brand new infrastructure, what about rentals, etc., or properties that are vacant?
There's two parts, Councillor, and probably the first is we can't control someone's decisions about their private property. So if they seek to keep it empty, they can. They're completely entitled to. We have made a policy change with the last LTP, which was to take away the discount for undeveloped sections. So obviously we have a large number of sections that sit undeveloped. We didn't.
Sorry, it was put forward as a proposal, and then we just, I think it was a casting vote actually, did not.
It was,
but
yes.
the policy that you were thinking of was the short-term accommodation, which of course we put forward the short-term accommodation rate to hopefully address the number of short-term rental properties that were being used for Airbnb and Book a Batch, and there was a desire from council to seek that being used for long-term rentals instead.
So apologies, Councillor. One of the strategies which for undeveloped land was not implemented.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I also just wanted to note regarding the budgeting and resource, and a thank you to our team in planning, consents and also development. We have had considerable positive feedback from developers. This council also held our Legends Awards yesterday, and there were also members of those teams that were acknowledged, and the lovely comments from some developers that usually don't send in lovely comments actually gave because of the significant support that our staff have given to enable more housing here at Rotorua. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Just have a question with regards to the medium density residential standards. They don't seem to be included here anywhere. Surely we'd need a decision on that from us, because that's going to have a fairly significant impact on where we can intensify before we go down this path. Shouldn't the two be working together?
Councillor, Plan Change 9 gave us new enabling residential housing requirements, so that's MDRS coming into our district plan. So we now have operative rules which mean that people who adhere to a set of standards do not need a resource consent to add an additional dwelling or redevelop up to 3. So that cuts it straight to the building consent stage. I think I've advised you previously that we don't know the timing for the government's proposed changes around the Going for Growth agenda. We've given you a steer that may be out sort of second quarter of next year. At that point, we get the opportunity then, based on what they've said previous, to look at whether we opt out of MDRS or modify or plan change. So at this stage I haven't anticipated it because we don't know what that legislation is or what your decision might be.
Second question, if I may. So is there an opportunity for us to decide now the areas that we do want to see intensification in, plan for that, in the hope that the MDRS changes we can then implement to our favour?
Actually, Councillor, you've already done that. That was Plan Change 9.
As well as the future development strategy, I think that was done in partnership with Bay of Plenty Regional Council, so highlight some areas. So, sorry, what I was also alluding to is to say we're going to, yes, progress this, but we're not going to progress that. Does that give us that flexibility? Thank you, Councillor President. I think I know where you're coming from. What we're hoping through the development of a housing plan is, and also, fingers crossed, getting prioritisation in terms of Rotorua being a priority area for government investment, that we will be able to direct government investment directly to where developers own land, are ready to develop, and that's the different tranches. So that's the progress we wish to achieve through the housing plan in the first 1 to 2 years. And so hopefully through the fruition of that, we will be able to have those discussions in future. It's only draft at the moment, and these are just the priority and focus areas. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Good question. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, o tira tātou katoa, mihia tuanara ki te tau o te arawa, o tai mai tēnei ata, kia ora, tēnā kōrua. Also, on this matter of housing, I just thought quite an opportune time to actually acknowledge the passing of former Professor Angus McFarlane, who was very passionate about this particular kaupapa housing, especially for iwi. So, and that leads me to my question, JP, and thank you, Esther, for the presentation. Just around the many, you mentioned, enabling or creating policy that enables or tools that you might use to actually inform that sort of that process. Has there been any thought into actually really integrating the Māori Compass corridor into, I don't know, the consenting processes or anything? Was that brought up in any of the engagement?
It's a good question, Councillor. For us, it's been really important to make sure that we're doing our best to work with Te Tātou who have been championing that around design guides and also into the Papakainga toolkit. I suppose the catch-22 for us as a council is to say, here's some good directions, some things you need to consider, as in the compass. At the same time, we're trying to make sure we don't overburden consenting processes and almost trying to do the opposite, being more enabling. So it's that kind of caught between. So for us, it's been about supporting it in design guidance and additional information as opposed to in creating conditions around it.
Okay, so it isn't, well, it's in the thinking. Couple, thank you. And just, if I can, one more question too, please, just around the engagement there, which obviously has been quite a lot. That mentioned in terms of the Papakainga, kaupapa, I think in the report it said cultural considerations were brought up. What, I suppose, what were, if you could give an example of one or two maybe of those considerations that were raised in that particular, or for that particular kaupapa, that would be nice to know.
Sorry, Councillor, can you refer me to the part of the report that?
Okay, hang on. It's page 44, I think it was. Sorry, I just forgot my password, but page 44, and it spoke about iwi and hapu, highlighted the importance of, you know, some cultural considerations, and then it goes on to talk about Papakainga and with regard to papakainga and things like that. What were some of those considerations, I guess? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, look, Councillor, I think probably it goes back to a challenge and probably following on from Councillor O'Brien, which has been a hangover for probably the last 4, 5, 6 years of government development and support for development within the district. And that was the ability, if there was an iwi partner involved, to actually make choices about people who whakapapa back to the land to be selected or supported. There's been a marked change, thankfully, from central government about enabling those decisions about mana whenua and who can whakapapa back to a particular area, and in the choice of tenants on that basis. So that's been an important change, I think, for iwi who do want to support housing, but want to support housing of their own on their particular whenua.
Thank you, because I go back that far, and I do remember that that was one sticky point for iwi interests and others. So thank you for that clarification. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Waru, and this really goes to the emphasis on being Rotorua-led as well, so that if there is government investment into housing, we are able to, as a community, lead the decisions of that. And probably the best example I've seen to date so far was, of course, the housing development from Ngāti Unuku Kōpako, where they were able to take on their own, who happened to be in emergency housing motels, instead of being allocated anyone. So, and also, just in response to your question prior to that, we've got an agenda item coming up shortly on the establishment of a Charua Vision 2050 committee, which I have no doubt, given the priority areas of Te Tata and also the council, hopefully we can pick up the discussion on how we can utilise the Compass significant work that was undertaken in partnership with universities then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was my segue.
Thank you. And I'll just invite the Chief Executive to provide a comment on this as well.
Thank you, Worship. And through you, I think not sure about questions being completed, well, one thing we haven't quite talked about, I think it's quite important to highlight, is we've looked at the demand side in this paper, but the supply side of housing is really important as well, particularly given the macroeconomic climatic conditions in New Zealand at the moment. Developers would really appreciate some certainty that there's a plan and it's locally led, so it's not going to then be opposed when those projects come online. So I think that's quite important, and this work is really important because it makes us stand out from other parts of the country that don't have this locally driven plan. And then when the various different components of the building supply chain, contractors, suppliers, etc., consider their future, they can see that we've got a plan, it's locally driven, it's got support of central government if we can get there, and then that gives them a degree of confidence to keep investing here, keep people employed, keep local people employed, and obviously that is important to this city.
Just check if there are any final questions. There appear to be none, so I will ask for a mover and a seconder that Council endorse the key priorities and areas of focus in the draft Rotorua Housing Plan. That's moved by Councillor Kaifong, seconded by Councillor Wang. Just checking if there is any final discussion regarding this item. No, I will put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the non-financial performance report for the quarter 2024-25 be received. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Kaifong. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And I'll just invite Greg to overview his report. We're on page 50 of our agenda.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Morena councillors. I'm going to take the report as read. I think just wanting to highlight that this is the first quarter of the new non-financial performance measure framework that was adopted as part of the long-term plan. And the intention of this is just to keep tracking through our quarters and bring you quarterly reports into the new year, and we're able to then compare results going forward. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, it's dying. Joyce, thank you. Just with regards to page 51, the bar graph, which recognises, or should I say, shows spaces, places and recreation 8, community safety 8, but it says not measured. It's quite significant, but why aren't those two measured?
Thank you, Councillor. There are a number of surveys that happen over the summer period, specifically in the spaces, places and recreation space. And so we will probably pick those up in Q3. In the community safety space, there's also a couple of audits that have happened over an annual basis, and so we only pick those up once those have happened.
Thank you. So just a matter of timing. Are there any further questions on this? It is quite straightforward. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe he te. Tēnā anō koe te manukura. Thanks, Greg, for the report. Just making sure I'm reading it right. So the the pie graph with 52% in the green, 31% red, 17% blue. Is that's only as far as, because it's only the first quarter. I was like a little bit concerned. We're only going half pie here, but that. Like you just mentioned before, I just want to get the assurance, I suppose, that as the next quarter comes in, the next quarter, you envisage that changing significantly?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Waru. Look, this is an opportunity for us to track it and then go, well, the ones that aren't achieving the result, what can we do to change that? Some of those are really close as well, so it may be a 50% target, but we're sitting at 48, for example. And we'll see changes through seasonality as well, some of them coming through the summer period where the results might change. So that's for Q1 only, and we will weight that as we go through the quarters.
Cool. I think you already half answered my next question, and that was around how you use this information to prioritise and focus on things you can affect change on at the time. That's how you're going to use that?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, I might also add, and we had this discussion when we adopted the performance measures, they are somewhat unhelpful in some ways because a number of those measures actually council's materially not in control of. We're thinking about how we present those in a different category to the ones we are in control of, because in terms of performance management, obviously we would want to separate those two out. That's not separated out in the report just yet, but we will do that in future reports.
Thank you for the reminder, because I do recall that, because there are some things I was wondering how are we actually going to record that and actually put it in the report. So thank you.
There are no further questions on this item. We will hold the Rotorua Partnership discussion until 1:30 when the Te Tatua Rotorua are expecting to arrive. So what we will do is we will then move to the next discussion, which is on page 110 of your agenda. This is return of 35 Tarewa Road, Pururu Reserve South, and this is this is a process to approve it after the hearings, of course. We have had a mover by Councillor Waru and a seconder by Councillor O'Brien to receive the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. We do have Steph and Eric here available to respond to any questions if there are any. So I think we have covered this, unless there is anything you wanted to. This has been well covered through the hearings process. So just checking if there are any final questions from Steph and Eric. No, we have that moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. Any final discussion before we put this forward to the vote? No. Double checking? No. Thank you very much. This has been discussed and we've heard the hearings already, and thank you for the submissions attached. We do thank all those who have been part of making a submission to this process. We have it moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you. We now move to adoption of Museum Exhibition Steering Group Terms of Reference, page 140. Can I please have a mover, and that's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the report adoption of Museum Exhibition Steering Group Terms of Reference be received. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. And we invite Thomas to overview this report.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I think we've discussed this a number of times, so I'm just happy to take the report as read and answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you. We have. I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kai Fong will check if there are any discussion points, and I will just read this out in the interest of those live streaming, that the Council approves the establishment of a project steering group to oversee the exhibition project, ensuring effective project governance, quality control and alignment with Council's objectives, that the Council approves the attached terms of reference for the project steering group, setting out responsibilities, reporting lines and composition to include te pukanga koeke or te wharetanga o te aroa and independent experts. There appears to be no discussion on this. We will now put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you, Thomas. And we are now into adopt an updated constitution for Infracore, page 124. So I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Waru. To receive, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. And Thomas will overview this as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the back of a previous council decision, 6 weeks ago, we did reintegrate the Infracore team back into the council parent, and they're now known as our Works Department, with further work undertaking with regards to the full integration of those teams into our organisation. So on the back of that, we do now have a company with the company constitution requiring a minimum number of directors going forward to hold and maintain that company. And so what we're proposing here with regards to the changes to the company constitution, it does provide council with the flexibility with regards to minimum number of directors required to maintain the company going forward, should council decide to do something with that company into the future. So on that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I did just have a quick question regarding if for the one director there is a term specified for that?
No, because of the one, we haven't limited it, so it does give council the flexibility with regards to having that one for a certain period of time.
Through Your Worship, might also add that this is clearly a holding position. We don't have any intent that this company continues to operate with no assets and no staff and one director for the foreseeable future. It's until we understand what the opportunities are for what the future of this company might be.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check as I didn't see it, but I'm happy for that to be open-ended under the current circumstances. Councillor Waru.
Thank you, he te manukura. Just, you asked my first question. My second one was, is there a reason why it's reverted back to the Rotorua District Council, the wording?
That is
it's illegal?
That is our legal name, and our trading name is Rotorua Lakes Council. Yes.
So before that was Rotorua Lakes?
No, so when the company was formed and the constitution was made, that we were the Rotorua District Council, yep. And so because that is still our legal name, that is the name that shows through that constitution.
So it's all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted, so kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. The previous council decision that we made was that we would appoint the Chief Executive to be a director of the company, and the proposed change here was to have a minimum of one director. However, given good governance, would it not be appropriate, even though this is a holding company and it is just being held in abeyance pending some future decision around potentially the local waters, that if we can appoint staff members, that we should appoint more than one director?
So yes, it does give the council the flexibility to have a minimum of one during this period, or any number that you do wish. Where we are at the moment with the unfortunate passing away of the director is that the company currently doesn't have a quorum, isn't actually able to adopt its annual report and hold its AGM, hence the urgency for this. But yes, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, it does give the council the flexibility that if it wishes to have a minimum of 2, the Constitution allows for that, but it also allows for 10 should you wish to upscale into the future as well.
Thank you.
6, I think it is. 6 maximum.
Thank you. There are no further questions, but we do, of course, once again acknowledge the very sad passing of Vivian. So we will now put that for the vote, and I ask for a mover and a seconder that Council resolves to adopt the updated Constitution for Infracore. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Wang. Just check if there is any final discussion. No, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Any against? It is carried. Thank you very much. We now move to page 144. This is the business case for the Mayor's attendance to speak at Sydney City Nations Place Conference and attend the Rotorua NZ China Roadshow 2025. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this? That's moved by Councillor Maxwell, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you. I'll just overview this report very briefly and mostly take it as read. There has been an exciting opportunity to present as a guest speaker, as a keynote speaker, and also on a panel in Sydney at a City Nation Place conference. As you will see in the report, the focus on this is on place reputation and also economic development. There will be other government leaders, destination marketing organisations, investments attraction and economic development teams. It will be hosted in Sydney over 2 days, which I've been invited to partake in both of those. And the exciting part is that there will also be a New Zealand presence there. So New Zealand Story Chief CEO has reached out and invited me, and they will also have some members attending. Why I think this may be important is, of course, we have a strong focus on reputational rebuild at the moment, and not only will it be a good learning experience, but also a great experience to really showcase Rotorua and the great things that we have done to not only restore our reputation, but of course become a world-class tourism destination to one of our key markets, which of course is Australia. I do reassure the community I'm not seeking to do any direct flights from Sydney to Rotorua though, but of course we do want the many visitors that come. It just happens that 2 days after this is the NRL All-Stars game, which was only recently announced, and that is also in Sydney. Given that we hosted that 2 years ago and have the potential to host again in future, the main cost of the $600 to attend this is an additional 2 nights accommodation. Fortunately, as part of the conference, they are sponsoring 1,000 Australian dollars to cover the cost of that. So that is for the council to essentially decide if it's worthwhile me staying longer to attend and continue that relationship with the NRL team. Finally, and most importantly, is actually the exciting opportunity to go alongside Rotorua NZ to the China Roadshow 2025. As mentioned in the report, China are a key market for us, but they have also been very slow to return. So there is a concerted effort from Rotorua NZ to tap back into this market and encourage them to return to Rotorua. Since providing this report, I've checked on who the other attendees are to date, and there will be a delegation from Rotorua, including Waiotapu Geothermal Wonderland, Hell's Gate, Polynesian Spa, Wairiki, Paradise Valley Springs, Redwoods Tree Walk, Waimarino Glowworms, Rotorua Canopy Tours, Volcanic Helicopters, Distinction Hotel, Jet Park Hotel, and of course Te Puia. So I would be really honoured to be able to go to lead this delegation. In China, they really value the role of the mayor, and also as we do, kanohi ki te kanohi, it's very meaningful to establish that relationship in person. So I was delighted to be invited. And also the positive thing is that the costs of this are heavily subsidised at discounted rates as well. So there is a cost, though, of an estimated $2,750. These are the best prices that we have for both of these trips at the time. But I am seeking council support for this. And finally, just want to note, as is mentioned in the recommendation, because cost is always an issue. But we do actually receive income from hosting international delegations, which we have managed to this term host enough to raise $52,200, sorry. Given the remaining balance, what has already been costs incurred for international travel and sister city hosting costs after the costs of this China Roadshow in Australia, the proposed remaining balance would be $23,293. So still more revenue compared to the cost impact that it may have. So I hope that has overviewed it substantially, and I now invite any questions if there are any. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for presenting the business case and highlighting the fact that a lot of these costs will be met by the delegations that our team have been busy organising and hosting. Just a quick question around the costs. There was no real mention of the costs for meals and transfers and taxis and those kinds of things. Are they captured and charged back to this fund as well?
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. I'll invite the Chief Executive to answer that one.
Yes, that's right, and we've done the allocations and reconciliation of that account to the balance that was referred to, so it's within those costs.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. So to be clear, there's no cost to the ratepayer?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it is offset by the significant revenue, which I must admit in conversations with other mayors and councils, we are the most proactive council in terms of hosting delegations and also in terms of having a policy where we do charge for this. So it is of great interest to other councils who are looking to implement the same policy to ensure that there is no or very little impact on ratepayers' funds. Sorry, were there any final questions? Councillor O'Brien, followed by Councillor Wynne.
Thank you, to Manakura, and by the way, I'll be supporting this, just so you know. But I have a question. When people go away on these things, where's the follow-up on this? So I know, not just you, your predecessors, all of them, not just the last one, all of them have done these trips, all well and good, I've no problem. Where does the investment pay back? Because from what I'm hearing, our Chinese tourist numbers are way down. A lot of other markets are struggling. So, I have no problem with you going across and waving the flag and all that stuff, or your predecessors. But where's the actual payback? At some point, surely we must be saying, let's try and quantify what's the success rate on these things. If it's just a feel good, let's wave a flag, great, let's just call it that. But if there's going to be some sort of measure of success in 12 months' time, whether it's Taiwan, China, wherever, I think there's got to be some form of where we look at these things and with a long-term view and say, well, is it just, a nice thing to have, or do we want to actually see some investment return, whether that be tourism or direct investment? I think it's something, maybe not for today, but I think there's got to be some sort of longer-term stretch on this to see whether this is a good spend or not. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien, for raising that. You are correct, and I believe as the China one in particular is led by Rotorua NZ, we hope that after the roadshow occurs, when we have their quarterly reports from them, they will be able to report back on that. We do have 12 operators going, so in terms of a business case, what often happens at these is the agents that these Rotorua businesses are meeting with and training. It's then the opportunity for them to make the bookings and advance bookings immediately or potentially in the near future. So often the success is, as part of these roadshows, bookings for between the next year and two are placed immediately. And the reason why these roadshows are quite common and sought after are because often those bookings very easily cover the costs of all of the operators, which is why we get such a strong participation rate from Rotorua businesses. But we do take on board your point. It is hard to directly measure exactly why tourists came here and track that back. However, we will certainly be keeping an eye on the tourism markets and, importantly, their spend when they come to Rotorua.
I thank you very much for your answer. I suppose I would just add the point that that probably is what a business case should be about. You put the case, but you also have some measurements there to see if the business case has been successful or not, or if the objectives of the business case have been achieved. I suppose from that, are we still interested in an NRL go?
Yeah,
if an opportunity came up, are we still?
Through your worship, the last resolution, if I recall, and I don't have it here, is for me to continue to explore that and make sure that it's not inconsistent with what we're doing with our facilities here. And if that were to be something that we wanted to pursue, we'd bring a business case back to this council and you'd have a vote on that. So I'm still pursuing that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I can reassure you that there will be no contractual agreement made to host unless there is a council approval for that. But we do really hope that that will be successful. I really hope anyway. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question was actually just going to be on the future of the NRL and the possibilities there for us, but that's been asked and answered. So second question was just around, I know the graph is being provided in there around, how the China market compares now to pre-COVID. And I guess it would have been great to have Rotorua NZ actually here to probably answer that question, but just how important that is to, and the effort that is, and to bring that back in terms of the work with Tourism New Zealand. And I guess that is the main purpose of this trip, right, to take over that delegation, to bring that market back to hopefully what it once was and hopefully even better. So that's actually not a question, but I'm happy to signal they'd like to move to move the motion for points 2, 3 and 4, and to signal that it really is great to see that the costs are covered by the hosting of the international delegations, and that ratepayers won't have to be footing the bill for this one. Thank you.
They certainly won't be shortchanged, and we hope that actually this will continue to prop up what is our biggest employer, which is tourism and hospitality within Rotorua. Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Wang. So he has offered to move this. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Maxwell. Thank you for being the seconder. We now open up for any final discussion, and I do apologise, it was remiss of me, and we have talked about NRL in the past, but the 2023 NRL All-Stars game that we hosted in Rotorua had an estimated $2.9 million economic benefit to our district. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm more than happy to support any wonderful opportunities like this. These two here are excellent. Talking about the first one being the NRL, I know that they do want to return to New Zealand again sometime in the future. Possibly, we're probably up against it because Auckland can host more in their city for it. But they always have a week leading up to that game, and I think that's when we in Rotorua can benefit from that as well. And I think, and the value for the itinerary, the China Roadshow, mayors and even councillors, believe it or not, they're higher than governors over in China. But the pleasing thing is that I think this is tremendous value, and I'd like to also highlight and congratulate Councillor Fisher-Wang and now and again Karen and various ones who have come and helped with the delegations. I enjoy these delegations getting the benefit from when they come here, not only for the $1,000 a time that they do come here for, and they do enjoy meeting councillors here at our own event. And it has been made clear we've raised 52,000 over so many years. There's a balance of 26,000 there, and looks like this wonderful opportunities, the two, only something like 2,700 and 600. So great value there already. More than happy to support this. Oh, and I must mention that recently, last month, I went to a global city, sister city conference held over in Karapiro Centre over there in Cambridge, and it was a good long day conference, and so I was able to give a bit of a corridor over our involvement in global cities, sister cities, and opportunities like this, and also of delegations we receive. And many of them were pleased that we're involved in it this way. So more than happy to support the motion. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell, and certainly acknowledge all of the hard work that you've done to ensure Rotorua destination is on the map internationally, and also thank yourself, Councillor Wang, also who's put in a lot of time in hosting the international delegations, and other councillors such as Councillor Barker that have jumped in and assisted when we needed support. So thank you very much. It's certainly been a team effort to ensure we're hosting when we are asked to. So I just check if there are any final comments. No, that has been. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wadu.
Thank you, Te Manukura. It won't be long. I just want to flag that I fully support this. I do, however, question something there. I don't. Are we sure that's enough? Because that's doing a lot of mahi. It's a long way away. Can you just give me some assurances that you've done the numbers?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wadu. So just because I saw you had a funny face when I gave my last response, so maybe I'll clarify that. The question was around other incidentals, and what we've done is we've looked at the remaining balance in the account or in the cost centre that is contributed to by hosting delegations. There's a sufficient amount in there for minor incidentals, internal travel, hotels, etc., to be covered where they are not already covered by the hosting organisation. Those costs are minor. We haven't itemised that, but we're confident the balance is sufficient to cover.
Thank you for that assurance. That I did. Thanks for noticing my funny face. Because I was trying to calculate some numbers in my mind. So thank you for that. But getting back to the scope of those, I'm not too sure that may not be aware, but in the tourism industry, where it's all about relationships and culture. So I think this is quite minor, really, to what we potentially could get back to Puia and all those things, which I know has been done a few trips myself. Wairiki, these are normal things, and they go over there to establish those relationships. When we talk about China and the market coming back full blown, no, it's not. It hasn't come back, but it's gradually getting there. But it's going to take a little while longer to build it back up to where it was. However, when you look at there's been some delegations that have gone to the USA and all that, where our American tourism is actually higher than it had ever been. So it does in one way or another come back to benefit Rotorua whānui, and that's how I believe it to be. And I've seen the stats and the numbers to back that up. And e mihi ana hoki ki a koe Uncle Trev, o koe tērā te pau I ngā wā katoa, te reo mihi ki ngā mea o ngā tāngata katoa te ao. So with that, I'm glad there's the Tupuia and there's the Wairikis and all that going over. So it's going to be a real Rotorua, I suppose, brand. And it's really important, especially over in the Asian countries where they really, I suppose, acknowledge that. And it's a big part of who they are as well. So, atu tērā, kia ora tātou, I'll be supporting.
Thank you very much. And one final point from Councillor Wang as the mover.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a very quick one. It's really great to see this following on from the Tourism Conference Roadshow that you did with the Rotorua NZ team around the country, and exploring those different markets there and bringing them back to Rotorua. Again, it's really great to see that the income that we generate from the hosting of the delegations are being put towards these purposes, so that it doesn't come at a cost to ratepayers. And actually, to Councillor O'Brien's point earlier on as well, as Mayor Tapsell would know, some of the delegations that we've hosted actually do in fact have are putting investments and do have investments here in Rotorua and around the region. But what is really great to see is that these delegations, they come to New Zealand, they go to Auckland, come down to Rotorua, and then go back to Auckland and fly out. So the fact that they particularly, especially come to Rotorua, I think shows the significance and the standing that we have, and hopefully that we can build on and strengthen. So I'm really happy to be supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wang. Just also letting councillors know there will be a report back on this as part of our international travel policy, and if I can manage to do some on our council meeting of February 26th, I will. Otherwise, it will be in the March meeting, so I look forward to providing you a positive report if this is approved. Thank you very much for the discussion that's been had. I will now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support for me to be able to undertake this important work alongside Rotorua NZ. We now move to Rotorua Partnerships Progress Report, page 171. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? That's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And we'll just invite Paul, our GM, to overview the Rotorua Partnerships Progress Report.
Tēnā koutou te whare, runga i tēnei āhuatanga ko hine raumati, ngā uri e tānei rori, ko te rā, o reira me me hikiri he me te kia tātou katoa. I te manakura tēnā koe, I'll take the report as read. Just a quick side note, you'll note that we didn't have a report in November. We came to a position that at the time monthly reporting wasn't really capturing, rich kōrero, and that we were drafting a report, presenting it, and before we'd even presented it, we were already drafting the second one, so we spaced them out to 2 monthly. And I'm just flagging that depending on the outcome later today, we can reconsider our reporting arrangement so that we are bringing rich strategic kōrero to yourselves, elected members, issues and risks, in alignment with what might come out today. So I'll take the report as read and welcome any kōrero. Just one key highlight that I will flag in that report that occurred on the weekend and acknowledge those elected members and the mayor that attended the Ngāti Whakaue was watching our staff from the museum take a whole a selected group of high-value taonga back to Ngāti Whakaue, back down at Tamatakapua down the waterfront there, and seeing the feedback and acknowledgement from Ngāti Whakaue towards your staff in the office from the museum, and what a way to end the year. So, kia ora.
Thank you very much, Paul. And it was fantastic also. Some of those taonga include Murirangaranga, the kōauau or flute of Tutanekai. So it was fantastic to share those stories in person, and you're correct, there has been many accolades to the museum team and Te Amorangi unit for hosting these valuable wānanga. Ask if there are any questions on this report. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you for your report, Paula. Just looking at page 172 under the heading of Ohene Mutu, it says, alongside these activities of maintenance and upgrades, we have an outstanding task from the 24-34 long-term plan to work with the Ohene Mutu community for future planning and aspirations of this treasured village. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Kia ora, through you, Te Manukura. At present, there is a number of historic connections between council and Te Papauru in Ohinamatu, the village and the marae. And currently what the staff are doing so we've had a request from members of the village. We've had the infrastructure team working on road naming, road changes. And what we're looking to do is to bring the historic, so there's a historic MOU between Te Papauru Marae, Tamata Kapua, and council, and we're just looking to bring those groups all together so we can have a broader strategic conversation. Historically, what we've had in the past is we're operated independently, and that does get a little bit, wonky at times. So we're looking to meet with Te Papauru Marae in the new year, and then have that conversation, and then we'll reconvene a conversation which links to the LTP presentation that occurred in here, and look to bring those together and then form a pathway forward so that we're moving in sync with each other, as opposed to having all these independent conversations that sometimes they impinge on each other. So that's the plan going forward, is to get our ducks aligned before we can step forward.
Thank you. Subsequent question, Your Worship? Take it that's a yes.
I'm very sorry, I was just checking timing on something. Can you
That's
please repeat that?
Just a subsequent question?
Yes, of
My
course.
follow-up. So when would you expect to have some sort of concrete strategy going forward?
We're waiting on dates from the Marae Trust, which hopefully will land no later than the end of Jan. We've had verbal confirmation that we'll meet with the Marae trustees in January. Once that occurs, and then the team will then reach out to the village committee, or Hinamatu Village Committee, and have that conversation, and then we can start to share and cross-pollinate those conversations, because they actually do there's some operational outcomes that we can talk to them about, and some changes that they want us to do differently, but also there's some broader challenges, environmental challenges down there that we also want to discuss with them, because they all are interlinked.
Final question, if you may, because all of that leads to obviously funding required for some upgrades that may or may not be needed. Do you expect that to be included into our annual plan discussions coming up, or has that already been budgeted or come from existing budgets?
I can't.
I might, thank you, Paula, through you, Your Worship. So what to answer your question around what the impact on the annual plan, the next year's annual plan is, obviously we've got a whole lot of budgets, and we've got work programs that we're trying to understand what work overlaps between what we've already got planned and what might be reactive. And my undertaking is that all that work will be programmed within existing budgets. If not, and if there's anything up above that, I'll bring it to you as part of the annual plan discussion. But at this point, my understanding is it's going to be done within existing budgets.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manukura, through the Chair. Thank you very much for your report, Paul. Paul, could I just ask you very quickly, page 173 of our agenda, the Master Iwi and Māori Engagement Contact List has been updated. This is a compliance activity under the RMA. Could you just enlighten me, how does that process work? Who makes the decision? Who's the contact people for iwi or hapu?
So if it's under the RMA states iwi or PSG settlements, so therefore those are registered with the Crown, and it's about us we are expected as a local government to hold that list and make sure that it's current, and it's our staff's job is to constantly reach out and to keep abreast of the changing political environment as it occurs, not too unsimilar to yourself. As councils change and staff change, we do the same thing. So it's an ongoing process. It's AGM season for some of these at the moment. There'll be an announcement today of some new leadership at one of our large partners, and so we'll get that information and we'll update it and we'll share it with you. So that's largely it's a requirement as a regulatory authority that we maintain these lists.
Thank you. If I could just have one subsequent. So it's been brought up around this table, particularly by Councillor Kiriopa, but others as well, including myself, that sometimes our engagement probably hasn't been what it might have been. I'll leave it at that, but you know what I'm talking about. So I just want to just want to, sort of nail down. So if there are changes from iwi or hapu as to who the contact person is, do they contact us, or is it part of us that we're always trying to seek information and trying to update?
Through you, Te Manukura, the latter. Because we take it upon ourselves to keep abreast of the changes that are happening in our partners' political environment, and to that, I mean, that's what Te Amorangi units, one of the many tasks that they do. They're keeping abreast of changes in the political landscape for iwi and hapu constantly.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And if I can add a comment through you, Worship, as Potter mentioned, that's for RMA context. So there's a whole lot of activity that doesn't touch the RMA because it doesn't require resource consent, in which case, and I think some of the items that have come before Council over the last year have been those cases where we're not activating the RMA provisions, but we do go above and beyond that to engage with the iwi and hapu partners. Now, when it's not an RMA context issue, the level of engagement we have with those entities is much less defined, and that may be some of the challenges we've faced.
I thank you very much for that answer. I had read the whole sentence that included the RMA. I suppose what my concern is that I have heard from developers that sometimes the information on the list that has been provided, either the contactees have not been able to establish that contact, or that some of the information hasn't been current. So I'm glad. I thank Paul very much for his answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru, followed by Councillor Maxwell.
Tēnā koe Te Manukura, some of my questions have already been asked by Henry. Tēnā koe Paula, tēnā koe tō pūroko. Just around the cultural capacity, in your report, the redesigning of the RLC Cultural Competency Framework for 2025. Can you give me some examples or expand on that a little bit more, please?
Through you, Te Manukura, Councillor Waru. Yep, we've just recently presented to Executive a refresh version of our cultural capability training package. So historically, you may have attended or be across the Rotorua Lakes Council used to run workshops in Homorai. That now has expanded to other topics, and those courses that we train staff and baseline staff in, and some of them are bespoke courses for certain teams that require that skill set. So the topics will change, will include legislation, which will cover settlements, we'll cover workshops around what's good engagement look like, how to navigate the previous question around how to understand and then identify who you need to speak to in the iwi, hapu, and Māori landscape. And when I talk about Māori landscape, these are the Māori entities, including businesses and recognised other authorities. Other training is around understanding whenua Māori, so that's a big one for this organisation. That would be a bespoke training program that we will bring the likes of Ben Manley or others in, who are experts in interrogating and research Māori land. Some of that work might be the likes of work in JP's team or the rates team. They are the types of people that would use that, require that tool to form a report to come to council. So it's about us spreading our wings, increasing the capacity and capability of the organisation so that staff are more confident and competent to be able to do it at their desk as opposed to relying on a small team or waiting for it to elevate, I guess, to this level, and then you don't have the confidence that actually the teams have delivered for you to your expectation. So it's a much broader suite. It goes across a 4-month cohort. We have a break and we'll go again, and we're looking to target the first tranche of staff, maybe end of March. Around then we'll start training as an organisation. There will be availability and seats for yourselves, and I really do hope, hand on heart, that we'll see elected members that wish to take that journey with your staff. It's a wonderful course that we're going to create. It might be that we also offer it to our partners. There might be businesses, developers, fellow councils and others that might wish to come on. That model has been tested and with fabulous results. And before, we ran a program at my previous employer where we trained regional council staff and Air New Zealand staff. So once we get the package up and running, we'll bring it to here so you can see it, and that's the intent.
Yes, very much broader. and very relevant too. So I'm glad to hear the range of mātauranga that's there to be shared. I'd also just do a little plug to that. Maybe in time, that might need to, or I would suggest, doesn't need to, but I think it would be a good thing to pass that by our partners too with Te Tau Aotearoa. Just to make sure we're all on the same waka, I suppose, when it comes to particular delivery of a particular kōrero. So kura no taku, and good on you, I look forward to it. I'm glad it's open to staff, glad it's open to elected members, it's open to te katoa. So, tēnei te tino whakatinanatanga o tēnei mea o te kaunihira, so kia ora.
Thank you. And final question from Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Paula, for your report. Before I get to my partais, thank you, Councillor Patterson, for all your questions on Ohenemutu, the first settlement in the history of the city of Rotorua. Thank you for that. Saturday, I joined our staff down there at Tamate Kapua, and it was a tremendous day. Just please pass on to the relevant staff a wonderful day that was enjoyed by all. They were still talking about it during the week, this week. The partai the question I have is the township agreement celebrations. Is there any little bit of an update, things that have progressed since the last meeting?
Through you, te manukura, tēnā koe, Councillor Maxwell. My last report is that we had to slightly amend and we were retreating back to look at that. We got the dates wrong, so I'll need to go away and test with the team. They were in early conversations, so I'll make sure that in the next reporting period. But I do know that they were looking to have conversations in the new year, but I will confirm that and come back to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Look, what we're going to do now, councillors, is we will take our break. There is lunch provided at 12:30, so I do encourage you to stick around and join us in the green room for that. And then we will, we have Te Tatu o Aotearoa are happy to move forward the Aotearoa 2050 Vision Committee discussion to 1 o'clock. So we will return to our council meeting at 1 o'clock, but just a reminder there is lunch at 12:30. Councillor Waru?
Sorry, before we do go to lunch, I wara au te mihi kia koe Paula. You've only been in the role, so virtually short time, and I think you really made some huge steps in doing a great job. Nā reira, e mihi ana kia koe te rangatira me te amorangi anō hoki. E nā koe.
Thank you very much. We now break and we will be returning alongside Te Tatu o Aotearoa at 1 p.m. Thank you. Tō katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei hui o te kaunihera o Rotorua. Welcome back to our council meeting. We're going to resume by going back to page 53 of our agenda, which is the Rotorua Partnership. Do note just briefly that the attachment 1 and 2 has been corrected and is available on the website and to councillors in Stella. But I will ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Rotorua Partnership. That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge our partners from Te Tatu o Rotorua that are here and present for this discussion as well. It's great to have you here in person. Thank you. So we'll now hand over to Paul to overview this report.
Tēnā koutou anō I te whare, me koe hoki I te manakura, tuarua kia whiua aku mihi kia koutou, kia rātou hoki ngā kānohi o te tatau o te arawa I taia tinana mai nei no reira. Tēnā koutou katoa. Elected members, through you, your worship, today we're at the final milestone of a piece of work that was initiated in 2023, which was to review the terms of reference and regarding the Te Arawa Partnership, which was also part of our review process that occurs in accordance with the Manatū Whakahotanga, which is the Te Arawa Partnership 2015. For the last year or so, work has been undertaken with your authorisation, which was the formation of the working group. And you'll recall a month or two ago, you received the report and feedback from Leo Watson, which was the independent facilitator. On completion of that council meeting, you directed the staff and the working group to carry on working through to finalise. And today we present to you a new set of terms of reference for the formation of a Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee. If I might just do a little bit of scene setting, and it's more of just a gentle reminder of why this is really important. So in your district, in Rotorua Lakes Council's district, you have a significant representation and history of iwi and hapu. You have 31 plus iwi settlements, and at a scan, it's probably the most condensed and largest single group of settlement entities in the country for a council. I don't know any other councils that have that volume. You've got huge amounts of hapu, you've got many marae, you've got lots of Māori entities, as I've said in the previous report, and iwi and hapu are natural partners for council. You're both recognised in statute, you're both acknowledged in legislation, and you both share responsibility and purpose for well-being of people, nature, including opportunities and into the future. So you're natural partners. We've also got these obligations in relationship legislation, these mechanisms, and they are start points. That's not the end destination. They're start points for conversations. They're start points to create mature and enduring relationships that conversations and decisions and recommendations as you carry out your duties as elected members will permeate these walls and guide this community for residents and for visitors that frequent Rotorua. And some of those are, you've got the Local Government Act that requires council to carry out the responsibilities of central government and ensuring that you maintain and recognise partners, Crown partners. That's part of the Local Government Act. You need to create platforms and space for decision making and participation in decision making. There's a Local Government Act that talks about capability building and fostering capability building with Māori. You've got the RMA, you've got Settlement Acts, you've got district and regional plans. They all have mechanisms inside them under legislation for us to work collaboratively with iwi and hapu. What is presented to you today is a platform in order for us to achieve that. One of many platforms. We have protocols with some individual iwi and hapu across the district, as I mentioned in the previous report. And this is another one of those, where those conversations and recommendations and rich conversations can occur in order for you to make informed decisions in the best interest of Rotorua. So I'm excited, in the words of our CEO yesterday, I'm excited to present this to you today. It's been a piece of work. I do want to acknowledge the members of the working party, both sides, Leo Watson, who was the independent facilitator, and actually those that have worked on this previously. So I'll take the report as read. There's lots of attachments in there. There's lots of historic readings. I'll take it as read and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. We now open for questions. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Te Manakura. Just going for a bit of clarity, just to be absolutely sure what I read is correct, if you don't mind, Paula, because it sort of differed from what I've seen previously. Item 10.4, attachment 2, page 58 of the agenda. Point 3, it says committee type. The Te Arawa 2050 committee will operate as a committee of council. This committee will serve as a collaborative forum. In point 4, reporting line, the committee will report directly to the full Rotorua Lakes Council. Regular updates on progress, outcomes and recommendations will be provided. I know it was stated previously, but I'd like it stated again. This is a recommendatory only committee. Is that correct?
Through you, Te Manakura, Councillor Patterson, yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this? Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Worship. Just a very quick one. On that same page, just regarding membership. So it states that obviously we have the Mayor of Rotorua, all elected members of Rotorua Lakes Council, the chairperson of Te Tātou o Te Arawa, and full board members from Te Tātou. In regards to all elected members from Rotorua Lakes Council, should we just have that clarified that it's councillors and not all elected members, which would also include the lakes and rural community boards?
Thank you for raising that point, Councillor Wang. I think we can just take that on board as feedback, that yes, the intention is councillors. Thank you very much for raising that. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakura, and through the Chair, thank you very much, Paul. And I'd just like to acknowledge our members of the Working Committee and Te Tātou for all their help. And I'm glad that we're finally here where we are today. Could I ask Paul, on the amended copy of the quorum that we got, it just states 8. 8 people were required for a quorum. Is that correct? So can I ask, so do we need a breakdown as to whether it's some from Te Tātou, or so if there's only councillors, we can have a committee meeting without anyone from?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'll answer that one. So under the mechanism of establishing a committee under Schedule 731A, the segregation of what makes up a quorum is not in the legislation for us to use. It is under other mechanisms, but under the way that this committee is set up, that is not something that we can put through as a legally binding piece of work.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. My second question is, so when would we, since we're in, mid-October, coming up to mid-December, so we'll be finished up till what, January? When do you envisage the first meeting being?
Through you, Te Manakura, I'll take direction from elected members of when you want to activate this committee, but I would envisage noting that it's election year next year, and as the terms of reference state for meetings, it might be advantageous to start as early as possible when both sides of the partnership can get together. They have an AGM, so I understand, to undertake quickly, and they are also going through election processes also. So as soon as they are ready, then we'll look to regroup, bring it to yourselves, and set a date in the calendar.
Thank you. You've slightly touched on, if I could just have one subsequent question, Your Worship. So again, so next year is election year, as you say, so we're only operating, I think it's till mid-August, till we move into caretaker status. So I just wonder, are we going to have time for us actually, sadly, this has taken probably far longer than what it should have. Anyway, 2 years have gone. So we're going to have effectively, we come back early Feb, something like that, we have effectively 7 months to try and get projects initiated, background, moved forward, progressed hopefully, before August.
I would recommend, through you to Te Manukura, I would recommend that it's a conversation that you have in the collaborative sense with Te Tatau in the room. Share those concerns, and then as staff will take that direction on how do we possibly make that happen, acknowledging that you've still got all the other committees that you need to attend and service. How do you work out 4 meetings? Is that achievable? What's the availability and appetite from Te Tatau? I think that's a question that I would recommend be placed with Te Tatau in the room, and then staff will take the direction on how we operationalise that.
Well, could I raise at this meeting then, if this is passed and adopted by councillors, that we could organise our first meeting in the remaining period of this year, or is that too tight?
Unfortunately, that would be too tight. Te Tātou Chairoi also need to have their own discussions regarding this, but the council offices closed on the 20th of December. So that would be too tight. However, we are back into our meeting schedules in February, and certainly you've heard the intention that we'd like this set up as soon as possible. I do agree with Paul's response that we should also give this to Te Tātou Aotearoa to have a discussion, because we do mention that in the meeting frequency a minimum of 4 times annually. That's not to stop us attempting to meet as many times as possible before the August, just given that it is an election year, so a short year.
I fully appreciate and understand what you're saying, Your Worship. It's just, these are probably going to be very major projects that Te Tātou is going to ask us to undertake, and unfortunately with the amount of time that this has taken, if we have a starting point in February, well, we'll be lucky if we could get probably 2 or 3 projects even underway in that time. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I think we remain hopeful on the positive progress that can come from this. We've got Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, ai, kai te rere hoki waku mihi ki te tatau o te aroa, ko tau mai nei tēnei rā. Kia Mr. Foster hoki kai muri rā e kōrero ana, like, seen him in the walk, good to see him. Hono, Pātai, and could you please confirm for me, Paula, that the establishment of this committee is simply one part within the overall, the overall partnership agreement that's going to be changed?
Through you, Te Manukura, I'll do my best to answer that. The only task that was in front of us, as directed by this council, was to undertake a review of the terms of reference, which we've done, and those terms of reference are operationalised through the formation of a 2050 Vision Committee. If there are other parts of the 2015 Manatū Whakaaetanga, that would be a conversation that I would recommend elected members have with Te Tatau partners to understand what other changes might need to occur. But at this point in time, today's presented as the terms of reference and delegations for the formation of a 2050 Vision Committee.
Thank you. I suppose the way I worded that question, it might be better actually to fire it at our CEO that might be able to give me a bit more assurance, I suppose, there around the partnership agreement as it stands now, and the part that this committee plays within that partnership agreement. This is not the, I suppose, next level of that takes over everything else in the agreement as it stands now. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Through you, Te Manukura, look, broadly, yes, that's right. It doesn't supersede everything, as Potter mentioned, that the scope within the partnership agreement at this point was to review the committee. And so that's what we've done. What it also does, though, it also provides an avenue for a conversation around other aspects of it that may or may not be working. I would, and to Councillor O'Brien's point earlier, one of the things I'm really excited about, maybe this is part of your question, maybe not, is about the idea of these 5 key projects so that we have really clear focus and can demonstrate results, which I think is really important to both Te Tatou and to the wider Rotorua community, so we can demonstrate this is what this partnership has delivered in a really concrete manner, and that it's the really big important stuff. So,
thank you. No, that's my question. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Paul. As my colleagues will tell you, I often approach these kind of things from a legal perspective. I'm interested in what we can legally do as a council and what we can't legally do as a council. I do see you had a little section on legal context here. It strikes me as somewhat one-sided legal advice. I have here an opinion from 2015 when the original partnership agreement was considered from Russell McVeigh, one of New Zealand's top lawyers, and he has a range of concerns about the whole partnership arrangement. Is this, where did you get your legal research from?
Through you to Manukura, could you please direct me as to what part you're referring to?
Page 55 of the agenda. So there's a paragraph there starting at the top of the page, legal context. So it's making an argument that council has certain obligations, and but I think this would be new territory for this council. This would be new territory for other councils as well. Where we're heading with this, isn't it?
Through you to the Manukura, I'll do my best to answer. It's quite a broad question.
I could refine it if you like.
Please.
Okay. Have you received any legal advice that would tend in any way at all to limit the scope of this committee?
Through you to Manukura, no. What I will say though, in that particular paragraph around legal context, that refers to we range between 9 and 13 pieces of legislation, which I quoted at the start of the report, that refers to Local Government Act, which is mentioned there. Talks about other pieces of legislation around Resource Management Act, National Policy Statement for Urban Development, district plans, regional plans. They are all touch points, and they have provisions in them that require councils and local government to deliver on those legislative obligations as defined in those pieces of legislation. This committee is one of the many forums and platforms in order for this council to deliver on those pieces of legislation. We could go into them in detail, but I'd ask that we be provided some time to prepare, but that statement, that there covers off, and to your question, no, we did not go out and seek legal opinion for this, because we're not changing the 2015 partnership arrangement. What was tasked of staff was to go and undertake a review, and the working party, which was elected members, was to undertake a refresh of the terms of reference, and that's what's been presented to you today.
Well, perhaps you can help me then on page 55, because it says here the new committee is the operationalisation of the existing partnership agreement. This one intrigues me because during our induction as elected members, we were, it was emphasised to us that our role is governance, not operational. And a line was painted in the sand, and we need to stick to governance and not cross that line into operational. So this seems to be a committee that's going to be created with us on it, and we're going to be getting our hands dirty on operationalisation. Is a great word, isn't it?
Through you, Te Manukura, I think it's just a piece of wordsmithing on behalf of the drafter, which is myself, but defer to my CEO.
Thank you, and through your worship. I guess just to clarify a couple of things in that line of questioning. The legal context that we've outlined in the paper isn't the legal opinion. So the legal opinion just informs us of what the context is. The context is law. So we haven't used a legal opinion of the law to articulate the context, just stating what it is. Now, what this committee and the operationalization of a committee, and it's in my view, it's okay to operationalize a governance committee. We've operationalized this council, which is a governance body. So I'm quite comfortable that there isn't an operational governance line necessarily breached. It will depend on how the projects are run in order to make sure that governance is separate from operations. However, to answer the question around the legal context, what this allows us to do is it allows me as your employee to bring to this council much better advice and much better insight into our ability to maintain our legal obligations. And in that sense, the work that the Working Party have done and staff have done to support that it brings you greater protection and greater certainty around meeting a legislative compliance, which I believe is a positive. So I might leave it at that.
Okay, if I may continue. If I understand correctly, this committee is going to comprise all of us elected members plus 4 of you guys. Is it still in there? Who's the members of this committee?
Through you, Te Manukura, could you ask that again, please?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I didn't catch that either.
Oh, the new Vision 2050 committee. Do I understand correctly that it will be comprised of all of us elected members plus 4 from Te Tātou Aotearoa? Yes?
It's quite clearly stated in the report.
Thank you. So, doing my maths, that would be 4 from Te Tātou plus 3 from the Māori ward. That's straight up there. It's half of the people on the committee.
Councillor,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Are you trying to define people based on their ethnicity?
Well, it's a Te Tātou committee, Madam Chair, so I presume Te Tātou Aotearoa. I understood Te Arawa was a Māori tribe, and that's an ethnicity, yes. So.
Well, it's not, but.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The ward is not part of Te Tātou Aotearoa, nor is Te Tātou Aotearoa part of the Māori ward.
Thank you for clarifying that. I hope that is assisted in your understanding, Councillor Lee.
So, people under the Local Government Act can be co-opted onto a council committee. In this particular case, it would be Te Tātou who appoints the 4 committee members. Is that correct?
Through you, Te Manukura, Te Tātou Aotearoa through their trust deed, which is available online. They have their own protocols and election process, which is publicly available and readily available, and they go through there, not too unsimilar to how local government members and other mandated groups select or go through a selection process. Te Tātou has their very similar structure, so they will go through their own process to appoint their representatives who then will be nominated to come forward and participate on the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee.
And just to be clear, the Mayor has the final appointment record, so nominations will come from them, but technically the Mayor, which is our usual process with our committees, such as when we choose our chair people.
So you understand I'm asking the tough questions, that's what I do, and this is probably the trickiest one for me. Hastings City Council recently tried to appoint youth councillors to council committees. Didn't go down well with the local government minister. Unelected youth councillors, of course. The purpose of the Local Government Act is to enable democratic decision making. Now, the beauty of democracy is that if the people serving on a committee do a bad job, then, as they say, quotes, they can vote the bastards off, as the saying goes. Apologies for that language, Madam. It's a commonly known.
Councillor, please retract that comment.
Oh, it's a bit hard. Okay, I'll withdraw that, but it's a commonly used phrase when discussing these topics. But you can't. The public won't have an opportunity to vote these iwi representatives off, will they?
Through you, Te Manukura. Te tatau o te arawa, under all of those mechanisms that have been repeatedly shared and are available to in this document, require Council to ensure that Māori, in whatever form they choose to present themselves, as iwi, hapu and other, Council has an obligation to receive them and hold those relationships in order to deliver those outcomes under Te Tiriti. Not too unsimilar to, I guess, other council committees and platforms. Public does not scrutinise the selection of CCO appointments, Council does. Public does not scrutinise, only certain members of public get to participate in certain wards. It's accepted. So this here is Te Tatau o Te Arawa, and their mandated group of representatives presenting, they run a process and they present. To your point of the beauty of democracy, you can't have democracy, that's well known, you can't have democracy without equity. And we know that the state of the nation, the history of the nation, and this here provides an opportunity to bring forth and to balance the voice inside local government, and that's well articulated, and those are the mechanisms outlined under the local government, and that's what those provisions are, is around ensuring that Māori have a place and can participate in the decisions as defined in the Local Government Act.
As well as being democratically elected themselves.
Well, not the appointed ones.
They all members of Te Tātou o Te Arawa are democratically elected through an election process, as has been mentioned.
Yes, but not by the public via the Local Government Elections Act. So this council has a monopoly on collecting rates from the ratepayers of Rotorua, and but that money comes with strings attached, and the people get to choose who spends their money. And so if the people don't like how the money is being spent, the usual practice in a democracy is that the people can vote off those people.
What is your point of order?
Point of order. Are we still in question time?
Yeah, apologies. I should have. We are in question time, and your discussion regarding that is becoming irrelevant to the motion that we have before us, which is to approve the establishment of the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee. I ask if you have any further questions relevant to the report.
Yes, I would find it very difficult to support an undemocratic arrangement, and so I think the question's been answered. It's not a democratic arrangement, so I think I can leave it there.
That's misrepresentation, Councillor. It is a democratic process. You have had that explained to you.
Well,
we will move on then. Are there any other questions? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to carry on from Councillor O'Brien's comment, I've been thinking about that and reading this section again, section 3 of the attachment there, where it says, to facilitate completion of major projects that occupy this space, it is proposed that the scope of the committee be focused and limited to a maximum of 5 projects at any time. The 5 projects shall be jointly agreed to by the committee. So am I correct in reading that it might not be 5? That for the next foreseeable future they might go, well, actually we practically can only deliver 2, because we want to be, the key word in that was successful. So we don't want to start something that's not going to work. That would be my interpretation. Am I correct?
Te Manukura, absolutely. As the CEO explained, it's about focusing in our efforts and our energies to a maximum of 5 projects in order for us to be successful and show evidence of the value of this arrangement.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, thank you for your indulgence. Paula, you've already stated that this is, well, it's already been asked and you've given the answer that this committee will be, well, its primary function will be to provide recommendations. Now, with the process for the recommendations, once they've been agreed to at the committee, what is the process after that?
I think it's stated in the...
I know, but I think some people need it in very clear.
Kia ora. I te manukura, absolutely, the recommendations from the Te Arawa 2050 Vision Committee, those recommendations go back to Council for decision.
And through you, I might add, there might be some recommendations that are about how we do things that fall within existing delegations. So, example, there might be some advice on projects that don't need any more funds or don't need any appropriations from council, but provide really good guidance and advice to staff on how we execute within our legislative mandate. Those are things that may not come to council for a decision because there's no decision to be made, but they will still inform the work program and the way we work for the betterment of for all of Rotorua.
Thank you. That's pretty clear. Kia ora.
There appear to be no further questions, so I ask if there is a mover, moved by Councillor Waru, and a seconder, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. I'll just read it out and then we're open for discussion. That Council approve the establishment of the Rotorua 2050 Vision Committee as per Schedule 31A of the Local Government Act, including the terms of reference and committee delegations. I ask if there's any discussion on this item. Councillor Kaifong.
7 in the Schedule 738, isn't it?
Thank you very much. As per Schedule 7, sorry, I'm not sure why it was different up on the screen. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be unable to support this, I'm afraid. There's a range of legal concerns that I have. One of them really is a legal principle that is born from equity. Interesting that you raised that. And the idea that you can't have democracy where there is no equity, sorry. We can have democracy where there is no equity, and we do every day in this country. And equity is I don't have equity with my former self from 2 years ago, so it's a pipe dream, I suppose. But one of the things that the law of equity is really concerned about is divided loyalties. Something funny, Madam Chair? Divided loyalties is a legal concept that gives rise to basically a conflict of interest. And when you've got a council that's being pulled in one direction by the so-called partner organisation and pulled in another direction by the elected members, then you have divided loyalties. There you have confusion. And I think it's this confusion that has weakened this council since the partnership was established. I don't support or accept the principle of partnership, which some claim is in the Treaty of Waitangi. I side with Sir Aparana Ngata in that respect. This is a relatively recent belief that has cropped up since the 1980s. I see there are parties in Parliament at the moment who are working on how to define those treaty principles. But it always comes back to the diminishing of democracy, and it comes back to the accountability of those of us who make decisions and spend ratepayers' money. And when those people who make those decisions and spend that money, and I'm assuming that the 5 projects, Madam Chair, will cost some money. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that with your platform of stopping the spend. But I think what's proposed here goes well beyond what the Local Government Act would allow for or provide for, and the point at which you cross the line into an undemocratic arrangement is the point at which the arrangement becomes unlawful. And so, yes, I will be declining to support this.
Given how many personal attacks you have thrown across this table, Councillor Lee, I think you are very lucky that your colleagues have not thrown the fact that you do have a conflict of interest on a previous item. Very real conflict of interest as a pecuniary interest owning a property next to the golf course that you fight so hard for. So, Councillor Lee, I ask that you do not talk about conflicts of interest based on ethnicity.
Point
It's
of
very
order.
dividing itself.
I did not talk about conflicts of interest based on ethnicity, and we have received legal
That is not a
advice
point of
from
order.
Tompkins Wake, so it's a misrepresentation.
That is
The
not
Tompkins Wake
misrepresentation.
opinion
You have no
clearly
point of
states
order,
that I'm not in
Councillor
a
Lee.
conflict of interest.
You have no point of order, Councillor
It's a
Lee.
misrepresentation.
It's not.
It
It's
absolutely
not,
is.
Councillor
You're
Lee.
lying.
I'm calling you out for what you have said. I have had to repeatedly ask you to improve your behaviour and your code of conduct here at this meeting, and if you will not do so, then I will have to hold you in contempt according to standing orders. So we will move on, but I want to remind everyone that we will be respectful of each other, and we will also ensure that we are focusing our discussion on the topic at hand. So we now go to Councillor O'Brien, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Te Manakura. I would like to address a couple of points that Councillor Lee brought up. I could probably only do a quarter because I must be honest, some of it went over my head. I think I still have equity in myself. In fact, sadly, I've got shareholding growing in certain places that I wish it wasn't, but anyway. Can I just remind Councillor Lee that to the best of my knowledge, reading the terms of reference over the week, this is a recommendatory forum. It's a committee. It doesn't have power to make decisions or spending. And it's quite clear that it must report to full council. I don't know what part of that isn't clear or misguided. The second one, we have a lot of committees, in fact I'm on 2 or 3 of them, which are in exactly the same status, where some of the people around there are not elected, but they've been selected because they have knowledge or participation in a particular area. So there's already, and there has been for many decades, or certainly years, very similar committees set up the same way. So I'm sorry, I don't quite follow where Councillor Lee's coming from. And then finally for me, the actual process itself, I'm fully in favour of this, obviously as a seconder. I just wish we had done this sooner. I hope we have time to get onto this as soon as possible next year and try and at least get 1 or 2 projects underway. I don't blame anyone on the working committee, but you know, it is what it is. But I'm saddened that it's taken us the best part of 2 years just to get to this point. And I hope that early next year we can get this on, get some constructive flow going and get some projects and scores on the board. So I'm heartily will gladly support this and honoured to be seconding this motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Te Manakura, and I would like to tautoko Councillor O'Brien's comments. I thoroughly believe this should have been one of the priorities when we first started. Leaving this in limbo for 2 years doesn't sit well with me, but we're here. We finally got to this point, so excellent. Going forward, I see this as an opportunity to avoid some of the pitfalls that we've found ourselves in the last 2 years, and hopefully make sound decisions that are well consulted and well informed with the people concerned, so that we can actually deliver some really positive things for our community going forward. So again, I support Councillor O'Brien and absolutely support this.
Thank you very much. Just checking if there was any other people wishing to add to this. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to add a few comments from around the working group table. I'd just like to acknowledge our colleagues up there in the gallery. Nice to see you here. First, I'd just like to say that both Te Aroha and Rotorua Lakes Council have a commitment and a connection to the environment, the economy, the people and the communities of Rotorua. We have, as Council, a range of statutory obligations that Paul has mentioned. This is a mechanism that will help us to meet those obligations. And the push and pull that you mentioned, Councillor Lee, you make it sound like it's us versus them. This is an opportunity to actually find some common ground, some key things that we can work together on, where our priorities cross over and intersect with Te Tato's for the betterment of our district. So I don't see it as a push-pull, I see it as a work together, a way that we can actually add real value to the decision-making and across and around our table. I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that this possibly has taken longer than some people might like, but it has been a delicate balance of negotiating and navigating complex issues, and it was done in a careful and iterative manner. And I'd like to thank my colleagues from around the table for that. I'd like to thank Leo Watson for his facilitation and guidance through that process, where he allowed the sharing of a variety of views, respectful and collaborative environment in which to do it in. And I'd like to thank Gina Rangi, who's no longer here with us, and also Paul, for supporting us in the working group to get this work done. Even though it did take longer, there was several other circumstances that made it challenging to get this work completed. And thank you for providing the information and background that we needed to get this process to where it is today. So, yes, I'd just like to give my support. Obviously, this has been a long process to get us to where it is. The projects that may come across the table will be those that add benefit to our whole community, where our goals and aspirations intersect. So I look forward to it and I support this fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that many comments around the table have already been made in support of this, and I'm in support of this as well. I'd just like to acknowledge the work that the working group, the working party, has made in this. I know it hasn't been easy, and there's, like Councillor Barker has mentioned, there's been tight over the period. Quite a few things have happened, so acknowledge and thank the work that from both sides have put into the working party. Thanks to the members of Te Tato and the staff for being in the room today as well. I think this is a very significant moment that we are making a decision on this, and it will, I think, firm our partnership, I think, even more. As we've seen so many times in the past, the infrastructure, the water, the economic development, there's so many parts of our operations, of our responsibilities, of so many parts of our community that would not be here, that we would not have without partnership. And this is something that I think is extremely important to really signify as a committee to have this formation. So I'm very happy to be supporting this and to acknowledge all the work that has been done by our former Manahotu for the Te Aroha partnerships, Gina Rangi as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. And finally, we'll go to the mover, Councillor Waru.
Tēnā wei te manukuro tira tātou katoa tēnā koutou I kahatau toko I te kaupapa nina. Me koutou anō hoki me o koutou tētahi whakaaro rereke tō tētahi hoa no tērā. I just want to, I think it would be, we've had the acknowledgements, want to thank the working party, Te Tau o Te Arawa. Also, a special acknowledgement of Uncle Taru, he's led it through. there were some turbulent waters, and there were some stormy, times, but we've got there. But also a very, very special one. It would be remiss of me not to mention Miss Jenny Rini, who really pushed for this partnership and really believed in it. And I think she's probably looking down, going, about time. So I'm glad we've got to that part now where we are. Hey, it's a work in progress. These things they evolve. And I'm pretty sure another, I don't know, 6 years, 7, 8 years, 10 years, there'll be something else. The fact of the matter is, though some may not see it, Tarawa is here, has been here for, and will stay here. And we ain't going anywhere. And, I would like to think that we could get past just, there's a legislation, yes. We have certain rights, Tarawa do, mana whenua do, within the legislation, but it's not just about having a legislative relationship, it's about having a good working relationship, because it's called being smart. Why wouldn't you want to work with a good partner with the influence and the foresight that Tarawa have, and benefits everybody? From way back, since the signing of the township agreement, it was in the township agreement that hei painga mō ngā iwi katoa te ao for the betterment of all people of the world, and that's still where Tarawa sits. So I can't understand sometimes the position people take when they question that. Tarawa don't need to be questioned. They know who they are. We know who we are. Just want to also mention that we were talking about the rates, the paying, in democracy, those people are elected to make decisions on the money. I'd probably like to, at one stage or another, do a bit of an exercise and just identify who pays, at what percentage. It would be good to know. Probably get nicely surprised there, especially Tarawa. So I just thought I'd put that out there. And all in all, I think it's a good thing. We've come together, he waka haurua tonu, and we'll move forward. And yes, I agree with Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Patterson. Let's really get some stuff teed up for next year and make the most of it, and hopefully keep it going. Ake. Nā reira, I runga I te rā kōrero, whakakapi aku mihi konei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru. And Councillor Kiriopa, great that you could join us. We did give your apologies for the other commitment. So that wraps up our discussion on this. We have that moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor O'Brien. I'll ask for a show of hands on this one, please. All those in favour for approving the establishment of the Rotorua 2050 Vision Committee, please raise your hand. Any that are against? That is carried. Thank you very much. This is going to be a very exciting new step in our partnership with Rotorua, but of course in our ability to deliver for all of Rotorua. We look forward to working alongside Te Tātua Rotorua. Thank you very much for your patience, and we are sure that there will be many benefits that will come from this continued partnership. Thank you very much. So that concludes our items that are in the public section. Sorry, just one moment, I'll double check. Deepest apologies. We are taking this in two sections. We have our local water done well presentation, of which we welcome our members of the Department of Internal Affairs. We welcome you to the presentation table, and then after the presentation and questions, we will then move into a confidential section where we will discuss some further items and whether withholding of information is necessary to protect. I'll explain it once before we go into confidential. But it is my pleasure to welcome, and actually welcome back, Dave Foster. Great to see you in the building once again. And we also invite Marlon Bridge, who's the Chief Technical Advisor, and also David Hawkins, Strategic Advisor, to speak to their presentation. We thank you for taking the time to be here to provide this presentation to our Council. And I'll just hand over to our Chief Executive, Andrew, who will just provide some introductory remarks for us all. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you, it's great to see you here. Marlon, I've had the opportunity to hear from you a number of times, and I'm glad that you've taken up the invitation to come and speak to councillors so they can hear from you directly about local water done well, and particularly the opportunity to ask questions about both the policy direction, but also perhaps some of the shifts in direction now that some of the legislation is becoming more clear, and what you will be looking for as the assessors of our water services delivery plans as we prepare them and submit them in the new year. So I probably won't have much more to say during this presentation, but I'll leave it to you and really encourage the councillors to make use of the very good knowledge we've brought in front of you here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for the kind introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. I know water isn't as sexy a topic, but it has got a lot better over time. Now I'm on. Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to come here and talk to you about water. It's my favourite subject, but I know it's getting a lot hotter as a topic for councils generally. So just a little bit of background on myself. Marlon Bridge, I'm the Chief Technical Advisor, but prior to DIA, the last role I had was Acting Chief Executive of Watercare, and I've been in the industry about 20 odd years, so I know a little bit about water. And with me to my left is Dave Foster, who you'll be very familiar with. He's my expert advisor to help me if any difficult questions come along about Rotorua. As you know, Dave's been CFO in at least 5 organisations, other councils around the country. One of the best CFOs in the country, and is helping us. Thank you. Yep, that makes a lot more noise. And is helping us as our financial advisor through Local Water Done Well. And to my right is David Hawkins, regional councillor in the past, ex-mayor of Papakura, and also was on the executive of Watercare. So we carry a lot of breadth and experience in helping the government try and find a pathway through for councils on local water done well. And our key role is really just to help. But we have got some writing instructions that I will share. So you'll be aware there's a new way with it we're trying to deliver services. One interesting observation I will make about the Waikato and the Bay of Plenty region is you are definitely the most collaborative group of councils across the country, and that's been quite definitive in the last few days as Waikato Waters starts to form, and you're seeing about 4 or 5, potentially 7 councils be part of that, and that's fantastic from a growth and collaborative perspective to see those councils working together. You're also seeing Hamilton think about its involvement in the Waikato district. It's still trying to work with other partners, but for me, the collaboration is a big thing that's really represented well in this region. And to that, you're seeing Tauranga now, obviously, with its recent resolution, talk about wanting to work with other councils, especially those that have the capacity, of which I would say Rotorua is one of those types of councils currently. For me, I think this is something that should be applauded because I'm not seeing it around the country, but in terms of water service delivery, there's a framework that's been put up in place that I think is the new way forward for what the water delivery looks like in the country. Just in terms of what we're expecting as outputs from this, the water service delivery plans are a key component of what Rotorua Lakes will have to do in terms of the way it defines its pathway forward for water service delivery. And that is due in September of this year as part of legislation. And just to give some context on that, it is a key document from our perspective. It is the strategic intent of councils as it sets forth its pathway for water service delivery. It's also a really important document for the regulators as they start to ensure compliance in the long term with that document. So if your focus is clearly articulated in that document, the economic regulator and the water quality regulator will ensure that those things are achieved. And I think it's an excellent way of delivering that outcome. Of particular importance is financial sustainability, and a couple of key elements in there. And maybe I'll get Dave to help me here, but growth, I call it the silent killer, and it's something that's not really factored into a lot of the council's long-term plans. And I would say you've been a growth council here since 2015, and Dave will be here, correct me if you're wrong, but for me that's a good sign, and you've got a good number in your AMP. Obviously there are elements of unpredictability around growth and what it means, but I've noticed throughout the country there is definitely an underspend in relation to what it truly costs to have growth as a driver inside a council. Capital expenditure, we're also seeing a significant number of underspent around the country, and I get that. Local councils are constrained, and revenue tends to be the driver for those constraints. So, David, I don't know if you have any comments around capital. I'm just keen to get you involved.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we're seeing out of the LTPs in regards to capital, I mean, capital has been traditionally underspent, apart from effectively 2023-24, when we had that huge inflation spike. At that point, we got up to around about 95% completion, but typically the average in the sector is about 75%. Where that's really quite important is when you look at the LTPs for 24 going forward, the capital spend around Waikato and yourselves is effectively 2.5 to 3 times the average annual spend that you've achieved in the last 20 years. And so for those who've been watching local government for a long time, if you reflect what happened in that 22-23 year into 24, there was an awful lot of additional capital work being done, and we saw a massive inflation spike hitting into the three waters. I think it's actually going to be important for councils to be working together when that comes. The capacity for the sector to deal with the capital spend we're talking about is really going to be questionable.
Thanks, Dave. Just on the next slide, I'll get to that. This is a key part of what's coming with water service and local water done well, the impact of regulation and the minimum requirements required in terms of delivering the service. And you only have to look into it nationally to see what it looks like, and it's a lot tougher than what it is today. It's a lot more intrusive. The whole point behind it is to provide greater transparency and comparability. And I think that right now I'm seeing councils not have a full grasp of what that looks like. And it's really important that we're out there trying to share that information, just as with the water service delivery plans and how important they are. One of the things that's a key message from us is that we're here to help, and we want to make sure that you're as fully informed as you can be in terms of making the right decision for your ratepayers. You'd be across the models. I can tell you that the DIA does have a clear preference for CCO, and the key reason for that is around the requirements to have this transparency and separation from the way the council's operating. And just in terms of the impact of regulation, the economic regulator in determining what the cost or the true cost of water will be to a consumer will, if that water service is inside the council, as a SABU, for example, then the water regulator will look at, the economic regulator will look at the entire council in determining the right price for what those services for water should be. So quite intrusive, but I'm kind of keen to make sure everyone understands that, because I've heard a lot of conversation around enhanced CCOs, SABUs, and the amount of transparency required to be created by separating key agreements, whether they're management fees, debt structuring, shared services. You're almost at the point where you're really close to CCO and separation. I acknowledge that you did have a CCO maintenance company that I think you've brought back in more recently. But I'm kind of keen to make sure you understand from a DIA's perspective what we're trying to achieve out the other end of this. Obviously in the mix of these, and something that we're also promoting is multi-council ownership of water service delivery. And again, I'm not sure whether that sits on the radar of this council, but from my perspective, there are a number of councils around you that are interested in forming partnerships. And I'm kind of keen to make sure that we're providing the best support to enable you to make the right decision around what those options that might be for you as a council before you go out and consult. Just in terms of financing, you're not really at a point where this is a great driver, although I know Dave, as the finance expert, might be able to help me here in terms of what it means for Rotorua.
I don't think it's really a major driver for Rotorua, to be honest.
Just checking, are you okay to take questions through the presentation or at the end?
However you want, through your worship.
Why don't we do it at the end unless it's a burning question? Thank you.
You know, what we have agreed with the LGFA, though, is that by separating out as a CCO, the CCO gets its own level of debt and the council then gets an enhanced level of debt. So whether that as a council might mean something to you in terms of the other activities that you want to promote or utilise debt structuring to achieve, that is always an option. So I just want to bring David into the conversation. This is just some insight into the framework that operated in early 2000s around the first setup of water care.
Worship and councillors, thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you today. This framework was put in place by 6 Auckland councils when we got back ownership of water care of the Auckland Regional Services Trust. The Auckland provision of water and wastewater services had changed hands a number of times over the years. From 1963 through into 1992 it was the responsibility of the Auckland Regional Council. But in 1991, the government of the day made the council corporatise its commercial activities, and that included water care. And they were formed into LATES, which are local authority trading enterprises, which were an early sort of edition of what CCOs were. On the 1st of October 1992, Watercare's ownership passed to the Auckland Regional Services Trust. It was a standalone body that had 6 elected trustees from across the Auckland region. It got offside very quickly with the government and only lasted 6 years. So we went to the government as councils and put a proposal to them to get back ownership of Watercare after we were able to convince them that the 6 councils would not only work in the best interests of their own council, but would work in the best interests of Auckland as a region collectively. And we were given the green light to go ahead. So on the 1st of October 1998, 9 days before the local body elections, Watercare's ownership came back into council. We were given a year's notice to get ready, to get everything up and running. And the first thing we did was we developed a shareholders agreement among the councils. Now, this was a very important document. It was sort of the manual, the go-to book, the rule book for a number of different aspects. The first thing we had to do was allocate shareholding. And in Auckland with the 6 councils, you went from Rodney, which was a straight-out rural council, right through to Auckland City, which was urban. So the shareholding was allocated. We looked at a number of options, but it was allocated on the number of water connections that the councils had. And that it gave a very big range in the shareholding. You had Auckland City, which had 41%. Right down to my council, Papakura, that only had 3.7, and Rodney District 1.4. So what was very important to Rodney and Papakura was that we would have a voice, that we would be heard, and we would have influence. That had not been the case in the previous models when it was run by the Regional Council and by the Auckland Regional Services Trust. So we were able to get assurances there, and what came through was we agreed that when it came to critical issues, there had to be a 75% shareholding proportion to pass those things through. Now, what's really interesting about that, only on 2 occasions over the whole time that the councils owned Watercare was it necessary to have that 75% vote. One of those was on the next water source for Auckland, and there was a lot of dispute over whether it should be the Waikato River or more dams, etc. And that was a reason. The other time was when Watercare developed a surplus, and the decision what would happen to that money was also subject to a 75% vote. The other provision that was put in was that each council, the 6 of us, would have 2 representatives on the shareholders' representative group. And that was to give a more fair sort of output for the smaller councils. Now, we chose, and you can see there, to set up a shareholders' representative group. And they were given delegated authority from the 6 TLAs to act as the owners of Watercare. And we met on a 2-monthly basis, and the roles that we carried out were quite extensive. We had to approve the asset management plan and the funding plan that was put forward to us by Watercare. Now, that's a very critical, 2 very critical documents, because at the end of the day, they decide what's going to happen, how it's going to be funded, and the cost of those projects. And we took those matters very, very seriously. In one situation, we were not satisfied with the asset management plan and the funding plan that came forward, and we had those plans reviewed by Halcrow, which was an English engineering consultancy company. And from that review, we were able to reduce the cost to the councils by $17 million a year. So it was substantial. From those 2 documents, the statement of corporate intent was developed and had to be approved. It outlined all the objectives, the performance objectives that the Watercare would have over the next 3 years. Also importantly, one of the roles we had was strategic oversight, and by that we reviewed all the performance objectives, financial, operational, environmental, just to name some, and we used a traffic light system where we had green where things were going to plan, orange where there was some concerns, and red where they were not meeting their obligations to us. And we enforced those very, very strongly. Also, another role that we had as the shareholders representative group was future business planning, and that brought into account things like how we were going to deal with growth, how Auckland would deal with a drought if it arose again, because we had a very bad one in 93, 94, and Watercare had to revise its drought management plan and put in place trigger points. So those were some of the things we did. Watercare had to present on a quarterly basis to the shareholders representative group, but we enabled any councillor from any of the 6 councils to come to that, and Watercare's chief executive and chairman would go through and review how they were performing against their objectives. Also, councils prior to that, through the shareholders representative group, would put in questions about specific things that were of particular interest to them. Those quarterly briefings lasted a day, and they were very helpful, ensuring that the councils kept control, but at arm's length, of what Watercare was doing. And then, obviously, at the end of each year, we had the annual report, where they reported back to us on how they have been going. And you'll see on the right-hand side there's the officers' working group. They acted as our advisors. We went to them on issues, and they basically had the day-to-day relationship with Watercare. Now, having served as a regional councillor, and I was there when we corporatised Watercare and gave it to the Regional Services Trust. I was Mayor of Papakura when we got back the ownership of Watercare, and I led that as chairman of the Mayoral Forum. And then I went across to Watercare, where one of my roles was dealing with the shareholders representative group. So I sat on the other side of the fence. And then I was seconded to the Auckland Transition Agency in forming the Super City when Watercare was had one owner, and that was the Auckland Council. And I can say to you, in all honesty, this framework was very, very successful. It meant we were able to keep control. We were able to have influence. From a selfish point, Papakura did very well out of it. We had had considerable difficulties with the quality of our drinking water. Our main source was the Hayes Creek Dam, and it had high contents of manganese. We were unable, with the skill set we had at council, to resolve that. When we were able to get that upgrade into the funding plan, that matter was resolved very quickly. We were also able to get another supply of water which came through from Ardmore, and that gave us security of supply. So having been involved in all the different models, do I think joint ownership works? Yes, it does work. I would give it 8 to 8.5 out of 10 from my experience. The key thing is making sure that your shareholders agreement outlines the rules of operation very, very clearly. And from that, you're able to work together. And one of the things that happened during that time with the shareholders representative group, we built up contacts, alliances with the different councils, and at the end of the day, Auckland benefited quite greatly from that.
Thank you very much. Just checking how much I think there's questions next. Thank you. So we'll open up if there are any questions regarding what you've seen in the presentation so far. Thank you for that detailed analysis. Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your report. I was at the LGNZ Sector 2 meeting, so it was good to see you again. Just for you, David, you mentioned something that pricked my ears up in terms of capital investment. I think you said something like, made a comment about council's ability to cope with what's coming. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that, please?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues that are starting to bite councils. One, as Marlon mentioned, is growth. But we're also coming into to effectively the first bow wave of replacement. Right? Basically, it was inevitable. We're talking about an asset that lasts about 80 years in cities in New Zealand, which are effectively coming up to 70 to 80 years old. So what you've got coming into that is all of the councils are looking to spend massively more. Right? And so the big question in the mix of it is, when there's that much money that needs to be spent, is there the contractor capacity to deliver? Right? And at the moment, there doesn't appear to be the contractor capacity to deliver. So then what happens when you get into a cycle that you haven't got the contractor capacity? They can build capacity quite quickly because they're going to be pricing work to make a profit, which means that they can push wages up. They will get the workers. The big question is, where will they get them from? Right? They'll effectively be out competing. We saw this in around about 2019 through to 2022 with a housing boom going on, and how difficult it was for a council to get a building inspector, right? Because all of the building inspectors are getting 15 to 20% more money going out into the private sector. And the private sector can cope with that. But not only that, the way a constrained market responds to more work is through price, right? Supply and demand. When demand lifts, price lifts. And the big question in the mix of that is actually going to be individual councils then going out competing against their neighbours in a constrained market. What's the likely effect going to be?
So not only are we looking at potential price increases because of competition, but also when you are in a situation where we're sitting at only 50 million away from $500 million in debt, and many others are probably worse off than we are, that's going to create a very tight market. Everybody be competing with that in mind. It's only going to make things more difficult, and yet we've got a time frame to work to. It sounds almost impossible to achieve.
I think in the mix, I would say it probably is impossible to achieve individually. Right. And so therefore working a little bit more collectively is probably going to be essential. Right. The big issue, of course, is that you then, if you're working collectively, you're not going to be competing with yourself for resources. If you're working severally, because one of the issues that we see also is the shape of the capital spend curves in the region is very much first 5 years weighted, as yours is. Right? Now, some of that's going to be a little bit slow to start to kick in. We're already seeing it being a bit slow to kick in. But once it does start to bite, then it's going to bite hard. Right? And, you know, I've been talking to a number of councils through with the NTU when it was going, when we were seeing that pricing spike. A number of councils just couldn't get a contractor. Right? No point going to market. Nobody was interested in bidding. And that's the sort of consequences that you need to be thinking about and what the flow-on effect of that is. You know, we've definitely got a wall of capital spending coming. Everybody's been talking about it. We've got an infrastructure deficit. The only way to bridge that is to build more.
Thank you.
So sorry, through the air, can I just add that I don't appreciate you were within 50 million of the DCAP, but one of the things that we've looked at internally inside DIA is an indication of what the Bay of Plenty might look like as a region, what Waikato might look like as a region, and rightly or wrongly we put you in the Bay of Plenty, and the combined entities across that region, Whakatane, Kawerau, you name them all, had an operational ability to borrow upwards of $5 or $6 billion, which is a long way from 50 million. So there's scales of difference that just come through the possible or potential amalgamation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am just mindful we still have considerable amount to get through in our agenda, so we'll take some final questions from Councillor Waru and O'Brien. And sorry, was there another one over here? And Brown. Thank you, Councillor.
Tēnā wei te manukura o tira tēnā koutou. David Marlin. Hey, good to see you, mate. Rawe. And still shooting straight. Em here to just a couple quick questions. One, you mentioned, I think it was you, Marlon, when you were talking about you identified areas where there was a lot of underspend. That was across many councils. What impact, you might not be able to answer, but what impact does that, or has that underspend in whatever area it may have been had on the current situation we find ourselves in now?
One of the things that's actually difficult in the analysis is actually whether the underspend that we're seeing year on year is actually the same or whether it's cumulative. Right? Because of course what happens with the council is they go through, they do the work. If they don't do the work, they carry it forward. Right? So it is quite possible that the level of spend that's achievable is there. But the consequence is, I guess, that the work just isn't getting done. And then you've got the inflation on that. You know, so for all of the councils that didn't achieve the work that they needed to do in the 18 through to 20, all of a sudden they got faced with 40-50% price spike to try and get that work done in terms of doing the catch-up. So it's just cumulative, but it is actually quite difficult to say exactly what it is because of the way the council's budget. You know, I remember, for instance, when I was in Wanganui, if you went through our annual plans, we had a reservoir that was in our annual plans at $1.5 million a year for 3 years. It was a $1.5 million reservoir. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that bow wave of expiring lives on assets is around 2034 for a lot of councils, and I'm sure it's no different here. I could probably do an analysis and give you the exact date. But what it is because it's so significant, because that was a huge period of growth, you should be spending it now because you can't do it all in 2034. So that's one of the challenges you have. But one of the opportunities that comes through that, should you have more in the mix, is around the risk changes, and having people focused specifically on water as a subject allows them to take more innovative solutions to address that bow wave that you could probably address by yourself as a council internally.
So, bite-sized chunks, but to get to the main goal. And then my last little question was around the shareholding corridor you had, David. You mentioned there was the different, I think 1.4 shares or 3, what it was. Now, in that aspect, everyone had a voice, but in terms of, I suppose, need when it comes to allocating the funding, how did that conversation go?
Well, you did that through when the AMP came up in the funding plan, and I never felt with, only having 3.7%, that we only got 3.7% of the voice. And we worked very well together, and we basically did it on need. I mean, the Mayor of Manukau totally agreed and supported getting Hayes Creek Dam upgraded so the people of Papakura didn't get dirty water all the time. So it was done on need, and we worked, we were politicians, there was a little bit of horse trading and give and take, but it was a very effective model. And the nervousness that Rodney District Council and Papakura had was that small shareholding, but it didn't become a problem.
That's really interesting.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Te Manakuta, and through the Chair, thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. Dave, good to see you again. The last time we had a conversation on this, I looked into water care, and over the last 10 years there have been 2 specific drought periods where they were in critical conditions, the water levels, over the last 10 to 12 years, which was ironic because in one of those years there was record winter rainfall. So it wasn't so much a case of lack of rain, it was how the collection was, or collection points, as a non-expert. So could I ask you, how does a corporate body somehow manage that, a lack of rain in Auckland of all places? And then could I also ask, then how does the model in Wellington, shall we say, present the current issues? So you're encouraging us to work together and have these models. 2 of our biggest cities are in that sort of range. I know not specific how you've raised, but in that sort of model. And those aren't exactly what I would consider a shining success. So how do you think if we went down that road, we could improve on that, or what would be the pitfalls you would say, this is what you need to be aware of to avoid following in these, shall we say, footsteps?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So I would always argue the counterfactual. So if Auckland had stayed 6 entities, 5 of them would have been stuffed, right? Because the one that could manage it wouldn't have provided support to help the others through the process. So yes, Auckland had 2 major events. One of them was a turbidity issue. There was more than enough water, but it had been so heavy in rainfall that the slips in the dams had made the water undrinkable. And in fact, the dam had to be shut down for 2 years. And that then limited the amount of supply we had in the other regions. So that's the resilience question that can be built through these types of collaborations. And with Watercare having access to all the dams, the water actually didn't run out. It got low, but it never ran out. If Hayes Creek Dam was still owned by Papakura, they would have run out. And there would have been no collaborative effort to try and support them through that. Because
so the connection through to the Waikato River is what, a backup?
Yes, at that point. It was only ever a backup source. It's now become the main source because in the second drought that you're talking about, 200 million litres of water was supplied in 9 months. That's a project that would normally take 7 years to do. That's 200 million litres a day. So a project like that is significant. And through events like a drought, you can drive better behaviours, and for Watercare, delivering a project of that scale in 9 months was a huge achievement that could have only been achieved by having the best people in the room.
And just another matter on that, during the Tasman tempest, which caused slips in the dams and that, the Water Care had in place a communications plan already for incidents like that happened, and through that it was called Save 20 litres a day. And they went out with that campaign, and within 4 days, Aucklanders were saving more than 20 litres per person per day. So it was geared to handle those sorts of incidents, and just not much you can do about it when you get weather like that. So it did handle those things quite well. The drought in 93, 94 was during the time when Water Care was owned by the Auckland Regional Services Trust. And what was bad about that, the trustees at that time just washed their hands of the situation, and it was the 6 TLA mayors and councils and councillors who got together and worked to resolve that issue.
And on the Wellington Water one, the model there is completely different to the Water Care model. Water Care has full control and is driven for the interests of consumers based on its ability to manage its own funding and delivery. Wellington's a bit different. Each council provides the funding they think are necessary to support their council. And unfortunately, Wellington Water didn't ask for sufficient funds to deliver the requirements of those communities. So what you've seen now is a point where the councils are in shock because they don't understand why they have to put rates up to support Wellington Water, which should have been doing its job in managing the risks associated with delivering those services. So the ultimate question there was, why wasn't sufficient funding being provided to Wellington Water? And I think that's the challenge in the model, that it placed on the politics of, you know, saying you're doing the right thing and the operations of actually trying to deliver the right thing. So Wellington Water did the best it could with the operational funding and constraints that it was operating in, but now you're seeing it come to roost as the model's unfolding and unpicking itself.
And you can probably see where our concerns are as public servants and public representatives to say, how did the model, the people in charge of it, get it so wrong? Because surely the KPIs and data should have been raising red flags well and truly well before, you know, sorry, we need another $1 billion.
Yeah.
So how did that not happen? And then how did the councils, as the shareholders, not pick up and say, hey, how's the delivery service going? Where's our future investment going? Who's ticking those boxes?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good point, but one of the things I'd say, if you look right across the sector, did Wellington get caught out any worse than any of the other councils when they're going through addressing their 24 LTPs and a level of capital spend that they're suddenly waking up to needs to happen in the two waters, particularly two waters? And I'd suggest actually that to be quite honest, the level of spend, as I say, that we've seen in this latest LTP is just indicative of a thing that's had the foot kept on it for a long time. I think it's quite noticeable in terms of Auckland, but, you know, and Wellington. When you look at Wellington and the nature of Wellington, when I was a boy, long time ago, Wellington was actually very similar as a city to what it is now, right? And so therefore it's got probably some of the oldest infrastructure in the country. And it hasn't had a lot of growth in that time, because most of the growth that's been going on in Wellington's been happening in the fringes, hut for hut. So, you know, I think there's a question, did they face up early enough to how much work they needed to do? Probably not, but as I say, if I analyse the LTPs, that's exactly what we've seen out of the 24 LTPs right across the country.
Thank you.
I think it's an excellent question.
Sorry, I might move on now because I think
yes, sorry, I've only got one quick question, if that's okay.
Very quickly, please, we've got one more.
Because I did have a lot more questions, but today's not the day for it, but I'm sure we'll have other opportunities. In any other business, we get to do a due diligence on what that business looks like. So what my concern is, to the west, we've got a heck of a lot of growth, which one could argue maybe hasn't been rated for. That's a matter of opinion, I appreciate. To the east, there might be some entities there that are going to require a very large amount of investment in renewals, etc. And I have a lot of concerns that how can we be sure that when we ask to see the books, that those books are going to tell us the real picture? And will the government guarantee those?
Look, what I can say is that we will have the best knowledge of what those numbers look like in terms of helping you make those decisions. But my real response is really about the fact that you're in control of what a collaborative outcome might look like. You're writing the rules, those rules are your rules. No one else is putting any guidelines around what that collaborative effort might look like. So if you have concerns around potentially price harmonisation is a great example, right? I hear that a lot. Then I'm saying don't price harmonise. No one's telling you to do that. That's not something that's written in any rule book. Just as if you have concerns around underspend and growth, well, we can write that rule. You know, so what I say is there is benefit, as I've highlighted with debt, you know, from 50 million to 5 to 6 billion is a big difference in what you can do with that money over the next decade. So I would suggest that if those are the real concerns, that's the best point to start a negotiation on.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. And final question from Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is the status quo not an option? It's CCO to deliver capacity or a variation of that, or if we can demonstrate that we're capable of doing it here as an island of most of our neighbours are an hour away, is that the Minister's not wearing that?
The status quo is definitely an option.
Okay.
Right? I'm not trying to rule that out. What I am saying is Minister's been really clear around what he thinks minimum size entities look like in terms of scale to deliver the best outcomes for consumers. So I suppose ultimately what we're trying to do is help you ensure you give great options in terms of what those mean for your ratepayers and what community benefits look like out the other end.
Okay, thanks. And I just checked the...
If I can just add to that, I do agree with Melanie. Be very aware that the status quo, though, will not look like what your current status quo is, right? So you can continue to do it in-house, but it won't look like what your current doing it in-house looks like. The changes that are going to be required to deal with regulation and that types of thing, that's going to be quite dramatic.
Look forward to it. I just check your assumptions on contractor capacity. If there's this bow wave of capital spend coming, if we're all glued together as a CCO, that doesn't take away the bow wave. We're still competing for contractors and employees to put these pipes in the ground. I think there's a piece here that's around workforce enablement and immigration to bring in the talent. And the health sector is a classic example of how doctors have been signalling a shortfall of doctors well in advance of what's happening now, and no one was listening. So I think there's a piece there that needs to be thought about from a central government perspective.
Yeah.
I'll remain sceptical. I think it's my job to be sceptical, but we'll work with what what we're given.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and the fact that if we look at Rotorua and you become a SABU or CCO for yourselves, and the industries, the councils around you form partnerships, what you'll see is, and the great example that I use is Watercare versus Far North District Council. I've spoken to the CEO up there many times about the need to work with others to get outcomes, and I'll use Guy's name in vain because I've said this to him and said I'd share it, that if he thinks he can save 30 million a year, his total capex is 30 million a year and he wants to save 20%, 6 million. Watercare is going to spend 1.4 billion next year. No one is coming to Far North to save him 6 million. In fact, he'll pay 50 million next year. So that's the counter to all these arguments around why it's really good to look at what is the best optimum outcome for your region. And I call you a region of interest because you clearly are interested in the benefits across the region, whereas I can't say that across the country. And by default, if you think about the region of interest, which I really like as a philosophy as I share with others around the country, people will come here and you'll see benefits that you don't realise as a result of more collaborative approaches.
Thank you very much. Look, can I thank all three of you for taking the time to be here in person and to present what is a very important issue for our community, and in the near future, next year, will be a very important issue for this council to get our heads around. So we thank you, Marlon, David and Dave. Fantastic to have you guys here. Thank you very much. And just to confirm, the Rotorua Lakes Council has not yet had any detailed discussion or commitment with any other councils on what our future will be. There will be a Bay of Plenty mural forum this week, on which this is an opportunity to have a discussion as well. So I will keep our council updated on where we end up proceeding. But we thank you three and the Department of Internal Affairs for being here. Thank you. Councillors, what we're going to do now is we will go into confidential, and then we'll have a quick 5-minute break just to get yourself another drink if you wish. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Wang. And I do just ask that Vaughan Payne be permitted to attend the confidential session for the confidential item 11.3, presentation Local Water Done Well, Bay of Plenty, and the reasons are due to their knowledge and expertise on the subject matter. Are the mover and seconder happy to take those as two? Thank you very much. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. And I just want to advise that there are 4 items for consideration in the public excluded session. We have 2 items which are confidential minutes. One item is the presentation Local Water Done Well, Bay of Plenty. And then the next item is an urgent item, which we discussed at the start of the meeting, and that is property development opportunity. For Local Water Done Well, the reasons for passing this resolution to go into confidential is the withholding of the information is necessary to protect information which is subject to an obligation of confidence, or which any person has been or could be compelled to provide under the authority of any enactment, whether making available of that information would be likely otherwise to damage the public interest. And just regarding the urgent item property development opportunity, the withholding of the information is necessary to enable council to carry out without prejudice or disadvantage commercial activities. Those are both section 7.2 of the standing orders. So may I please have a mover and a seconder? Yes, of course. Councillor Kaifong.
PIA people intended to no.
No. Vaughan Payne will stay for a presentation from, just to be clear, presentation from Vaughan and also our Chief Executive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that is regarding Local Water Done Well, Bay of Plenty. Thank you for clarifying that. So we do have a recommendation. Council resolves to exclude the public on the grounds contained in section 48.1 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. May I please have a mover and a seconder that we go into public excluded? That is moved once again by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. We'll take a quick 5-minute break and we'll return at 2:44. 2:44 to be very precise.